3, 2, 1.
To make something happen. She's throwing swings out. Dina running around. She's got to be more gassed than the other.
Oh, that's it.
I also discovered XQC because of you.
I just don't understand all this language. Frog dances at the end, it's like...
Checkmate! 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 Oh! Oh!
Very smooth baiting technique, by the way. Good job by Sonic.
For sure.
Nicely done.
Here we go.
Stalemate, by the way.
I did. That's why.
I've played a long time, ever since I was a kid. I really appreciate the great players. Just like, you know, in basketball, people come to watch the best players in the world.
No! Oh, no, 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 no!
He still has really good chances here.
Oh,
He just resigned, Hikaru.
no, it choked its game. No. I can't believe it choked.
But now King...
Oh, you put 32-minute one. Oh my god. Let's go. Yes. Yeah. Oh, no.
Welcome everyone to the quarterfinals of SuperPogChamps, the strongest, beefiest PogChamps ever yet. There's PogChamps champions in the field and a lot of players that were too strong to compete in PogChamps before. I'm International Master Anna Rudolph and I'm here to host the show today with Grandmaster Aman Hamilton. Aman, how are you feeling and are you excited about today?
Hey Anna, it's great to be on commentary. I don't think we've done too many shows together, but this is going to be awesome. I can't wait to get into today because we're finally past the group stage. This is the first time we're going to see players eliminated. I know that's sad to see people go, but ultimately we want to get closer and closer to finding out who is going to be the winner of our championship and consolation brackets.
That's exactly what's going to happen. Knockout format even more exciting than the group stage. But oh boy, this field is, I think, just so compact. We have seen everyone winning and losing. There's not a single player who hasn't lost or won in the tournament. So I think that's great news for us, Aman. It's gonna mean a lot of close matchups and our bracket. Oh boy, the quarterfinals with Masioka and Samai Reina already through to the semifinals because they won Group A and Group B. But the rest of the players will be fighting it out today. This is the championship bracket with Sardoche facing Linda Diaz later on and Andrea Botes against Wirtual.
Yeah, I'm looking at these matchups here. Obviously, the two, let's say, strongest players that we've seen so far moving on with a bye, but Sardoche, Linda Diaz, Andrea, Wirtual, those are going to be some hype matchups. Andrea against Wirtual, I can already picture that match right now. I can picture Anna, preparing Wirtual, as best she can to get him ready to play Andrea. I'm excited for that one.
So exciting. And of course, Anna Krumling and Andrea Botes are very good friends as well. So this is a tough situation for Anna, where she'll be preparing her boyfriend, of course, but Andrea too has her supporters, of course, and her sister, Alexandra, to help her out. The constellation quarterfinals is what we're going to start with today. Voyboy here and Will Benson are both through to the semifinals already because they finished fourth in the group stage. Tyler1 will be competing against Sparg0 in the quarterfinals, and we're going to see SonicFox against Daryl Morey.
Yeah, and obviously in the consolation, we are talking about players that have lost a little bit more than they've won. That's what this bracket means, but we have seen some bright spots for all of these players. Finally getting used to the time format for a lot of them. I think playing quicker and really watching that time is going to be key here. And also Tyler1 coming in as one of the higher rated players in the consolation quarterfinals has something to prove, because you know his opening, that cow, it hasn't been working out. However, he's hoping to bounce back.
He's certainly hoping to bounce back, and I think it's the same story for Daryl and SonicFox as well, because all of the participants, to be fair, they had chances in many of the games. Daryl, among others, he had a really good chance against the top player of his group, Samai Reina.
Yep.
So we have seen a lot of incredible games, blunders, but also brilliancies, and I think that's what we can expect for today, a really high level of PogChamps. This is the beefiest and strongest PogChamps ever yet, therefore super PogChamps.
Exactly, and I see moves on the board right now. We have SonicFox against Daryl Morey, and remember, we're taking these matches one at a time so we can dedicate the energy appropriately, that we can focus on the moves in front of us. It is the same format that we had in the group stage, so all similar when it comes to that.
Indeed, and our participants, of course, need no introduction, but we could introduce them just in case, because they deserve all the recognition. SonicFox being a competitive esports player known from none other games like Mortal Kombat, and they are not able to stream today, unfortunately, their camera, but we do see their moves. Their moves are strong no matter whether it's camera or not, but Daryl is doing a great job just being stoic, sitting in front of a window, I would think, president of the Philadelphia 76ers and such a fan of chess for a long time already. He's the co-founder of the MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference, where chess is often featured as a program.
Yeah, I've seen Chess.com and a few other creators have more of a presence there over the years, which is great to see. And Daryl also takes lessons with Robert Hess, so I don't know how regular those are, but certainly, it shows from time to time, maybe when he's been paying attention, and it shows from time to time when he probably hasn't. So let's get into this one. Sonic,
is it a slight hint at the no castle, Aman? Is that a slight hint at the voluntary King D2 that Daryl played yesterday?
Sorry, yeah.
I love how you phrased it, the most voluntary King D2 of all times. Hopefully Daryl will be castling more today. I think that will increase his chances in any of the matches. And as for Sonic, they also have a very strong coach, and that is our very own woman Grandmaster Nemo.
Exactly. So some strong players and also some strong coaches behind them. The current position is actually just a really good opening, I would say, from both sides. White gaining a little bit more space, going after the center, looking to castle on the next move. But I will say, from both sides, this looks like a kind of slow start, as maybe both players don't want anything bad to happen in the opening. These are the first couple moves they probably played today.
Yeah, very, very traditional, classical approach. I saw this yesterday in so many of the games that they are so well prepared. You can't tell if we are watching PogChamps or a Grandmaster tournament.
Yeah, at times, sometimes it reveals itself, but for a good part of the opening, at least so far, I completely agree.
Very good preparation. And we do see now Sonic taking a bit longer. I see there arrow by Aman. I think that would be a good suggestion. Asking the bishop where it wants to go, or bringing the rook to the c5. Those could be some of the moves that Sonic might be considering. How would you describe this opening, and what will be the middle game plans like?
Well, the opening so far it's an interesting spot where I believe that white does not really want to take on e5. I also believe that black is not terribly interested in taking on d4. And for most players, and they're starting out in chess, it's really difficult to keep the tension. When you have things that can attack each other, capture one another, it's so difficult to just sit there and appreciate that you shouldn't be the one to make the first move. But credit to both of these players for doing that, because I think these pawns staying exactly where they are makes a lot of sense. If I'm thinking about candidate moves, big credit to SonicFox, pretty much nailing every single one that I've mentioned so far. H3, rook c1 lining up against the queen on c7. And for white, you could think of b4, c5, try to gain some space maybe on the queen side while you wait and keep that tension in the middle.
That's exactly what's happening, and great explanation, Amon. I think we're all taking notes here. This is a masterclass as well. So we appreciate all the information that you're spilling here through the analysis. And I wonder if the players will be able to resist that tension, because you are right. That is really difficult to continuously hold on to any tension in the position, and especially among PogChamps participants. It gets tough to just constantly keep an eye on that, because it means you constantly need to check whether that capture, that trade can happen, who it benefits. You need to hold on to the pawn, make sure it keeps being protected. So there's a lot to keep in mind.
Yeah, and one thing that's true is if the pawn moves up to e4, then I might consider capturing. So the real reason I'm not capturing on d4 as black is mainly because the pawn can recapture, and in this case, the bishop is aimed at the queen. So I think Sonic is doing a great job placing all these pieces aimed at the queen. And just to give an example variation after the bishop goes to g3, let's say that Daryl plays the move e4, and Sonic brings the knight back to d2. These bishops can exchange, and you'll notice that in order to defend this pawn, d5 is the only move that comes to mind, but this well-placed bishop and even the rook as well, you can see how those pieces, they don't look like they're doing anything in the present position, but looking at a variation like that, everything makes sense.
It does, and it's very deep, because as you have already highlighted, in the current position, those pieces don't look any threatening or dangerous, but as soon as the position opens up or the pawn structure changes, there will be a lot of danger, especially with the rook and the bishop targeting the queen. And I wonder if at some point Daryl will try to move the queen out of the c-file, try to move it out of the diagonal of the bishop, because it could be problematic on the long run to keep it there.
Yeah, I agree. One move that's kind of useful for black in these positions is pawn to a5. It's just trying to gain a little bit of space, and it does stop b4. And okay, we do see e4. So I'm wondering how much of what we just talked about is going to actually show up on the board. The first move looks easy, knight to d2. And if the bishop captures, I think we'll run into that problem. Maybe bishop g6, Anna, is a slightly better move. What do you think?
It's always so tempting to trade. I think it's what we said also about the tension. It's easy to trade when there's tension. It's easy to trade when it's a bishop for bishop. And the higher the understanding in chess, the more you see that there's a lot of comparison. Oh, bishop to g6. So Daryl does keep the bishop on the board, but the bar is saying maybe this wasn't the best decision. Amon, why the last few moves of black are criticized by the computer?
Well, I think this e-pawn just can't be saved. One thing is queen c2, again, should pick up this pawn, but you're walking into a pin. So what the computer is recommending, that blue arrow, that's not mine. The computer wants to play c5 to completely tie that queen down. And then in the future, you'd be threatening knight c4. Every single white piece can target that d-pawn. You can also hit the e-pawn as well. So it's just picking apart every weakness in the position. If you ask me, Anna, I think queen c2 by Sonic is a completely reasonable move, aiming to attack this pawn as well.
Very reasonable indeed. And now the computer for Daryl is suggesting that he should move his queen out of the diagonal by placing it back on the original square. That's an near impossible move. Like, who is going to play queen d8 here, whether it's PogChamps or a titled player tournament? Who is going to put the queen back where it came from? But the idea is then you are no longer pinned, so you could support your pawn on the long run. Well, very short run, actually. Next move, you could push d5 before you lose the pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, queen d8 just in order to play d5 makes sense. I have to say, rook e8, like both players are genuinely playing very well here. These are some harsh question marks being awarded by the engine, because I think rook e8, X-ray defending that pawn. You can imagine, Anna, I'm just gonna take this. If you count up the pieces, it can be taken. Let's say something like this. The bishop moves out of the way. You start to get a little nervous, but if you calculate correctly, you realize that bishop can interpose on that diagonal, and it's all okay.
It is what I think is the plan here, as you have mentioned. And I'm curious if Sonic will be confident to take that pawn, because it looks scary with the pin over the knight. It looks scary that the rook will be also targeting that piece. So they need to make sure that they calculate this precisely and not just immediately go for the pawn grabbing. In fact, I could picture that they might not take the pawn because of how difficult it is to evaluate the situation with the pin there.
Agreed. Yeah, it would not be crazy. And if you're playing a different move, by the way, the old computer move, c5, is still a great one. There's still a pin. The knight can jump into c4 after, pawn to b4 as well. So, I mean, if you're kind of lost for a move, these are other calculations to make. And hey, if you just want to make a simple move that is probably good, rook to the center of the board, completing that development is also safe.
And that could be potentially what Sonic goes for if you don't want to get too boggled up with those calculations, which also, by the way, if you're not sure whether capturing the pawn is fine, you might be like, oh, I might end up losing my knight. So no, really, I shouldn't capture that pawn because it looks dangerous. It might backfire.
Yep, exactly. Like, it's just not worth it. So look, and I'm sometimes a lazy calculator. If I see a pin, I'm like, I've got a good position anyway. Let me just make a quick move. But instead, Sonic is investing a lot of time to try to calculate, and it's going to pay off if they decide to go for the move, which has just happened. And let's see if that calculation was correct.
Yeah, that is a brave move, and that does show that they invested the time correctly, making a critical decision. That's also something that we see at this level already, which is great to see that they know when to invest time. Sonic realized it was a very critical decision, and they invest more time in critical decisions, such as capturing the pawn and making sure that there's nothing wrong with the pin. So white has won a pawn, and after knight takes, there is this really annoying pin over that knight, but there is no way for black to win it. You cannot push the d pawn to attack the knight because of the pin over that pawn, and that's why we were saying Daryl might need to move that queen out of the pin at some point. And if you were to move the bishop, which I think what Daryl might play, maybe bishop move or knight jump to f6, but the knight is not attacking as powerfully because you can capture that knight as a check.
And everything that we've been talking about by both players has kind of appeared on the board. Now, Daryl's come out kind of on the worst end of this because obviously a pawn in the center just fell, but still, I do feel that line was played pretty correctly by both players. And now bishop d3, that's the sort of the end of the calculation. You play this move. I think c5 is a very big threat in the position. Looks like a strong move next. And if Daryl just kind of plays rook d8 and doesn't really react, I think c5 could get even worse.
Yes, it's looking very difficult for Daryl, because now to want to move the queen out of that pin means then who is looking after the d6 pawn? That pawn is now attacked by the white knight and the bishop. So suddenly it's not even that okay to move the queen out of the pin. It needs to be protecting the pawn.
Yeah, and if we think about mistakes so far, I mean, it's only one pawn, so it's nothing disastrous. I've seen games featuring both of these players previously in the group stage that I thought were a bit more wild and out of control. Overall, we've seen a pretty high-level game here, one pawn difference at this level, and I think you'll probably agree that it is far from over.
It is far from over for sure. I think it's still 3 possible results with, of course, better chances for SonicFox. But this is PogChamps, SuperPogChamps that is, but still mistakes can happen. And we have so much more action to cover in this game. One pawn is definitely not the end of the world.
Yeah, and look, rook d8 has been played. This is another moment for Sonic maybe to take a pause. Like, it's not winning on the spot, but I do believe c5 is a good move to play here. However, you know, a move like rook d1 or knight back to c3, just a nice safe move in the center, maybe getting that knight out of danger, that's completely fine as well. So advantage Sonic, and one of the criticisms that I've had for Daryl over the event is just that time usage. Definitely a very thoughtful player. However, it's clearly something that he needs to improve so that he's not always playing down on time at the end.
Very true that for Daryl, time has been a big factor, and it is probably the biggest weakness he has shown in the tournament. He might prefer longer time controls, longer rapid or classical time controls, but he needs to speed up in this tournament because there is not much time. It starts with 10 minutes and only 5-second increments. C5 is on the board, by the way. It's such a strong move. Sonic is playing so far impeccably.
Yep. Yeah, honestly, like a perfect game from Sonic so far. The only way that I can see to really get out of this, unfortunately, is going to be to capture and get rid of that knight. Then maybe you can bring your knight out, and this pawn is defended more than enough times. So this is probably my best recommendation for Daryl, but got to get it on the board quickly. Can't invest, 1 or 2 minutes on this move.
Yeah, this is really tough with the time pressure and being down a pawn. Now, the threat is that it's going to be 2 extra pawns for Sonic. The advantage would increase further. So he has to find this move that you have suggested, Aman, to trade the bishop for the knight. Never an easy one to figure out. I think a lot of us have this bias that the bishop is somewhat better than the knight, but it depends on the position. So it's actually not that simple. But here he has to. It's not about whether you prefer knights or bishops. You have to capture that knight to save the pawn.
Yeah, unfortunately, just an unwillingness to part with that bishop. Maybe Daryl's too strong for his own good. He has such a good understanding of the bishop pair. He's like, no, there's no way I want to give that up. But in this case, it was absolutely necessary.
It was necessary because now the pawn can be captured. I'm curious if Sonic will take with the knight, with the bishop, or with the pawn. I guess all 3 are possible. Knight takes or bishop takes seem the most logical, and keep the pawn structure as it is.
Yeah, the nice thing is I don't see a mistake. All 3 look like very, very good attempts. The simplest, maybe with the knight, which maintains the X-ray attack from the bishop on g3, but like I said, just about any move I think would be acceptable. I'm wondering with rook e6, is the plan to actually sacrifice the rook, or maybe just hasn't calculated all the way to the end of this variation?
Good question, whether Daryl wants to take on d6 in case of, for instance, knight takes is his idea to sacrifice the exchange, giving up a rook for a minor piece. Maybe so. Maybe he feels like that knight or bishop would be too strong, and getting rid of it is his best chance. It's not a bad idea, to be fair. The computer is judging all these moves, but the problem for black is that the position is going to be worse no matter what. And now it's more about creating practical chances and trying to pose problems to Sonic, make it harder to convert to a full point from this decisive advantage.
Well, whenever I see a position that's kind of tilted in one direction, I start to think to myself, how would I actually play this for a win with black? Because we all, as chess players, are going to find ourselves in bad positions. Some of us more than others, but we're all going to be there. And the fact of the matter is, if black was a higher rated player, I would expect black to somehow find a way to win. That's just how it works sometimes. So what would we do as black to try to win this game? My first thought is, because of this capture, I want to move the queen away to b6 or b8, and I want to take this pawn, which means eliminating that knight and then taking on d6. So that would be my first plan that I'm desperately trying to achieve.
And that's a good plan. Now that the queen has moved out, a5, to be fair, also makes a lot of sense because it is targeting the a2 pawn. You might not be able to capture it because of tactical reasons, but it is some pressure on white's position. So this is important, as you have mentioned, to try to come up with plans and play actively, try to threaten, try to ask questions to the opponent. Don't just give them a free hand at rolling with the advantage and doing what they want. Knight to c5, oh gosh. I like a lot the move you're suggesting, Aman. I wonder if Sonic will play that way, because that could improve their position even further if they're able to trade on c5 and take back with the pawn, creating this protected post pawn on d6, only 2 squares away from promotion.
Yeah, this pawn, if it gets supported by this pawn here, is going to be literally untouchable. You can have the a2 pawn at that point. I'll pay that price to enjoy that amazing d6 pawn. However, you have to be confident to give up material, even if it's as small as the a2 pawn. And I think that just comes with experience playing the game that SonicFox is demonstrating they have. Knight c5, if we're being honest here, Anna, hasn't this just been a remarkably accurate game from Sonic?
It is a remarkable game. Their accuracy is still above 90%, 90.3 accuracy, having played 20 moves, really strong chess. And Daryl is trying his best too, and the mistakes he made were small mistakes. He's on an 80.0 accuracy, so very high level chess for SuperPogChamps. I think both players are really showing that they are here to do their best, to try their best and fight.
Yeah, and Daryl's also the lower rated player, so it was always going to be a tough match, but I'm not ready to quit on the position just yet. I always want to keep fighting, so maybe in this case, I feel like I have to take, as sad as it is, because knight b7 is a threat, and also the rook is being attacked. However, maybe after capturing, it's time to take a pawn, because you know what? That material is going to matter at some point, and I feel like Daryl has to take something in order to continue playing here.
I like your suggestion, and I think he's going for it. The knight trade is on the board. Daryl only has 1 minute and 10 seconds left, so he has to speed up and now decide whether he's going to go pawn grabbing. I think he should. He should listen to you, take that pawn, threaten the b2 pawn, start making Sonic a bit more worried about whether he's going to keep the advantage.
There you go. This has happened. Despite the bad position for Daryl, he's fighting in the right way. This pawn should not advance, right? Because it's not going to make it all the way, and it's very strong and supported where it is right now. So from White's perspective, I like the simple move b4. Just continue to support this amazingly strong pawn chain and then deal with this queen. But rook to a1 and maybe rook takes a7, that is probably a position that Daryl is looking for. It's a little bit more double-edged, and it'll be a fight.
It is a fight because that is the choice of Sonic. They went for the attacking move, not minding the pawn, wanting to capture the a7 pawn in return. So it's a pawn trade in a very funky way. I like it. It's very active, but it's also, I think what you said, that it gives Daryl more hope with the active queen on the second rank, and also the fact that those pawns of White are gone. Now, the follow-up is not that simple, because how do you activate the rest of Black's pieces? One active piece, the queen on b2, is not going to be able to do everything on her own.
Yeah, she's being asked to, though. I don't know if that will work. Yeah. Ooh, bishop e7. Talk about a fancy move there. Maybe trying to activate another piece into the game. Pawn takes and rook takes d3. So Daryl, with 30 seconds, comes up with a crafty move, but I don't know if it's going to pay off.
Very crafty move. And he also had to make sure that that pawn that was going to take the bishop wasn't going anywhere and can't promote because of the rook of Black guarding the square. So that was some deep calculation by Daryl with no time on the clock. Sonic playing so precisely, though, bringing the rook in, not caring about the bishop, but just capturing the pawn on b7. 2 rooks on the 7th rank, so active, so threatening. Everything is going to be a problem here for Daryl's position. Unfortunately, this is really tough to play.
Yeah, it's extremely tough. Bishop f8 played. Rook takes f7 is always a question, and I feel like maybe if you're lower rated, you probably feel like winning the queen is always good. And as you become a bit higher rated, you feel, oh, hang on a sec, those 2 rooks are actually really strong together. In this case, I don't think rook takes pawn is a mistake at all. It might not be the move that I would choose, but certainly not a mistake. So if Sonic wants to take on f7 and maybe queen for 2 rooks, I think that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I think they will go for that. And they are pausing here. They did that before too, when there was a critical decision whether to take the pawn in the center and go into a pin. And now they're doing the same, sensing that this is an important decision, enabling that, yeah, I might need to spend more time here, but it's going to be worth it. So they're also going below 1 minute, but that's the danger territory in PogChamps. The time trouble, only 5-second increment. Anyone can still make mistakes, mouse slips, blunders, you name it. Anything can still happen.
And here we go. Is Daryl going to understand that maybe queen for 2 rooks is a decent trade? Because the other thing is the queen could just move. And we might see that. No, queen for 2 rooks. This is an imbalance. Sonic has played a phenomenal game so far, but it's not 100% over yet.
It ain't over, and those two rooks are really good at the defense here, one blocking the check and the other guarding the d7 square, so there's no follow-up checks here. I'd like your suggestion to target the black pawn and try to create two connected pass pawns for white. Sonic retreats to d3 instead, and here comes the active rook. There's no back rank checkmate, but it's still worth to bring the rook onto an open file.
Yeah, if you try to play d7, thinking you're getting a queen, in this case, it might be a good move, but it could also backfire where suddenly your pawns are not safe and connected anymore. If I'm playing with the white pieces here, I probably want to try to win that c6 pawn. And as I say that, queen e4, I think is a tremendous move because rook a6 can even lose the rook to queen c4.
Yeah, and now the pawn is gone. It was really difficult to hold on to it with the two connected pass pawns for white now. All that Sonic needs to do is move the queen out of the pin and then try to find the right moment when to push the D or the C pawn. I like the pin suggestion or the check. I think they might be about to make one of those moves. Queen to C7 is really strong as well with the same idea.
Yeah, at this point, you're winning at least the bishop, if not more. This has been a really, really classy game from Sonic. I can't even think of too many moves I would do differently. Just a really tough spot for Daryl. What can you do when your opponent's playing so well?
That's the story indeed. This is 35 moves and Sonic's accuracy is still above 91.6. It's 91.6 accuracy for 35 moves. Like, that's crazy, Aman. He has this is like a game for Daryl that he has tried. He did his best and all he did were a few mistakes. While for Sonic, they have played perfect chess.
Truly. And you know what? After queen e6, the rook's going to go back and that pawn is going to go all the way down the board and become another queen. 20 seconds for Sonic, but I don't think they're too nervous here.
I don't think so either. Daryl is also really down on the clock, but the problem is more so the position and how are you going to stop that second pass pawn. Queen sacrifices on the board. That is a very intentional Bote's gambit to promote the C pawn. Look at that technique. Wow.
Yeah, the
really
pawn
impressive.
could just queen on its own, but I like queen takes f7. That's a statement move. And I also agree with Daryl playing this position on. There's always a chance for a stalemate. I'm a firm believer in that. So let's see the conclusion here, as likely Sonic is going to show us more great technique that we've seen all game.
Likely so, and 100%. Everyone should play on in SuperPogChamps, and also to all of our viewers. I think that's what we would say to all of our students. Play on, fight till the end. You never know. Stalemates have been such a common thing in PogChamps, and it happens all the time. If your opponent becomes too confident, thinks everything is winning, that's when mistakes happen. Wow. That was a beautiful checkmate with the queen and the bishop. Happened so quickly, but oh boy, this game. Like, what can Daryl do, as you said, when the game was a perfect play, 91.2 accuracy by SonicFox in 52 moves. That is crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it really is. The next game is actually already underway, so absolutely no time for even the players to think back on that game. Oh, what went wrong? Let me check with the... Nope, straight into the next one, so you better be ready. But Anna, completely agreed. That was truly one of the most complete games I think that I have seen while commentating in this entire event so far.
I agree. This is so impressive by SonicFox. Makes you think, why are they in the constellation bracket? But yesterday, or the day before actually, when Sonic played in the group stage, it didn't go that well. So even though Sonic is a really strong player, Chess.com follower and supporter, if I know that correctly, and they learn a lot from you as well, Aman, and the rest of the Chess.com, trained by Nemo, came very well prepared, but in the group stage they didn't do as well. So this is now the constellation bracket for Sonic, but they might be one of the top favorites with play like this for the constellation bracket finals.
Yeah, completely agreed. The one thing about this current position that I'm noticing is we talked about tension. So a really interesting discussion point in that first game, the pawns were attacking each other, and both sides did a really good job leaving the pawns there. This, however, is probably a case where I would say this tension should not be there. Black should probably take, and white should probably push the pawn to open up that bishop and gain even more space, and also, of course, the tempo of kicking the knight out as well. So you think you understand initiative, tempo, and tension, and then it's like, oh, no, in this position, it's the opposite of last time.
Yeah, and Daryl has found that move. He has found the idea of pushing in the right moment. It fixes the pawn structure, but in favor of white with the space advantage. And by kicking that knight away from the black castle, there could be potential attacks on the light squares around the black king if you regroup your pieces and place a bishop and a queen on the same diagonal, the queen-bishop battery, to threaten checkmate in a few moves.
And this is a moment where slightly more experience in chess would probably have you, I'll just back up and show everyone, would probably have you maybe playing like knight to f1 and bring the piece over to the king, knowing that this pawn is actually indirectly defended by this great tactic. And we can just show what that would look like, because it happens to so many of us, even myself. This is one you just can't get rid of. So knight b3 was played, which is a really natural move to defend the pawn, but actually it's defended indirectly because of the queen as well.
Yes, very instructive how it would have been also fine to bring the knight toward the king side or the right side of the board. And that's where white wants to attack. So you often see those knight jumps heading toward the black king. Takes a long time, but if you get there, it's very dangerous. So many white pieces around the opponent's king. I like this approach too. And the fact that because of the extra space for white, it's a lot more comfortable, a lot easier to develop your pieces. While for Sonic, they are struggling because all the pieces are stepping on each other's toes.
Yeah, you called it exactly. I'm wondering if that queen move is to try to fix some of the pieces, either knight b6 and bishop d7, or b6 and bishop b7. Sonic is probably thinking, I'm dying to get this light squared bishop out, but I literally can't move it at all. So I need to move one of these other pieces. And your idea you mentioned earlier can almost come true. Bishop to b1, queen d3, and that threat alone could be troublesome for Sonic to deal with. So remember, this is a must-win game for Daryl. Has to tie it up to force those tie breaks. And I'm liking the position that Daryl has out of the opening. Need to complete development and make some serious threats against that king.
I think this is a great chance indeed. And if Daryl manages to make a comeback and win this game, we will get to see a tiebreaker. I'm always rooting for more chess. I'm always rooting for the underdogs as well. So this could be a great storyline, but Daryl needs to continue with powerful moves. I like a lot the idea of setting up that queen-bishop battery against the black king. He might also be thinking whether to develop the other bishop, the dark squared bishop, to connect the rooks and bring the rook to the open file. So that's another thing to consider, where to place the bishop.
Yeah, if I'm thinking of what to play with white, bishop f4 definitely looks like a really good move. I can see, though, that bishop e3 might be more appealing because it supports kind of the weaker pawn. The reason I like bishop to f4 is because the only way that I can see black dealing with some of the threats that I'm about to make on the king side is maybe to play f6 or f5. So I'm sort of expecting the e file to open, and I want that bishop controlling e5. But I do think, regardless of what move Daryl plays, as long as he's developing that bishop, I think it's a great one.
I think so too. So either bishop moves are a great idea here. I wonder if there's anything else he might be considering, but this structure-wise, it looks like a really good French defense from white's perspective. And I'm a huge fan of the French defense, but the problem is always this bishop that's stuck on c8. It's so passive behind the pawn chain, and Sonic cannot even move it. You're gonna need to spend a couple of tempi here as black to try to even develop that piece somewhere where it's still gonna be sad, but at least it can move, perhaps. Wow,
Yeah,
very bold move, Amon.
I know. What is
Bold,
this one?
brave, going for the attack, but it's also sacrificing the pawn. It's offering it for free.
Now, what I'll say about this is certainly I don't think it's a mistake the way we might conventionally think of it, although it's getting that tag by the engine. I just think it's a mistake because it's not developing. And It's a good practice that you should generally be developing your pieces. However, if Daryl follows up correctly, I think it could pay off, but it's a really big ask for Daryl to play the right move in this position. For example, you have to understand that this pawn is not hanging. Same tactic that we saw earlier. And you can see that blue arrow, the engine, is desperate to have that rook jump up and go to h3 or g3, followed by probably a sacrifice and the white queen joining the action. So, Anna, do you think that rook e3 is at all on his mind, or is he going to defend this pawn another time, maybe with bishop e3?
I hope it is on his mind. I hope it is something that they studied with Grandmaster Robert Hess in a different scenario. Maybe they have studied middle games where you can carry out this rook lift. Not the most usual way of using the rook, but rook lifts are actually very helpful in situations like this, where you want to bring the rook through the square where the bishop went. So unfortunately, it didn't happen. It was tough. It was really difficult to see, first of all, that the pawn is not really hanging, and second, that the rook can come through the third rank to attack on the king side.
And this move, it makes so much sense. It's developing, it's defending a pawn, but then I question why we included h4 at all. h4 is, by the way, a very good attacking idea, but to do it before your finished development is just, it's not really what you're supposed to do. So this move is fine, but Sonic is a little bit off the hook. However, if we continue with g3, king g2, and rook h1, I'm still optimistic for the attack to work.
Yeah, and that's the thing, that here Sonic needs to be really careful because White's moves are a lot more comfortable and easier to find, including what you have mentioned about push the g pawn, create some space for the white king so that you can bring your rook to the attack. If it didn't happen through the third rank, then you need to find a way to make it to the other side of the king.
Okay, there is a move that I definitely like from Daryl. Knight attacks the bishop, immediately saves it. a3 to kick the knight out is natural on the next move, or maybe queen d2. And finally, we might see your idea of getting that queen to c2 or d3 and making a first real threat in the position. So a3, maybe queen d3, and again with that g3, king g2 move to use the open h-file. I already lost my h-pawn. I may as well make use of that h-file.
Exactly, the pawn sacrifice will pay off if you get to use that open file. I like Daryl's chances a lot. The evaluation bar has jumped also in favor of Daryl, but it's more so about those ideas that if he continues, he did bring the bishop back to b1, which is a really advanced move, to be okay placing the bishop on the back rank, seemingly blocking and making the white rook passive, but it's with the idea of bringing the queen onto the same diagonal, checkmate threat, and the rook later on will find a way to be included, but right now that's not the main priority.
So if a knight is kind of inside your position a little bit, I'm thinking about knights on g4, b4, or obviously, for white, g5, b5. Normally, h6, a6, those moves are almost automatic. So while this is a great move from Daryl, I got to be honest, I would like to see it a hell of a lot quicker because there are going to be tricky moves that Daryl's going to need to deal with down the line. This is not one of them. Knight's in your position, kick it out. You don't always have to play the perfect move. I think a3 need to see it quicker because time is the only thing that's working against Daryl right now.
Yes, he needs to speed up. Although I guess in comparison to some of the other games, the time difference here is not that much. And if he could follow up now faster with that queen move, place the queen on the same diagonal as the bishop, queen bishop battery we call it, threaten checkmate in one, make it difficult for Sonic to deal with. g3, also a great move. This is Amon's idea so that the king can step up, bring the rook to h1, and if the black queen goes to h3 to try to prevent it, then later down the line try to poke that queen, make it go away.
Yeah, the queen is also going to trap herself by going to h3. So that's like a dangerous move to play if you're Sonic. You have to be really confident. And I like the idea of playing g3 and asking Sonic, hey, what do you think? You want to play queen h3? Be my guest? No, the safer move, queen d8, was chosen. And I'd like to see king g2. I'd like to see queen d3, any of the above.
Yes, those are great moves here. Also, queen h5 might be something that Daryl is considering. Knight to d2, I would not have said as one of the first ones, but it is going in the direction of the king side. So I think his idea overall is great. The more pieces to the attack, the better.
Yeah, I agree with that. There comes the knight. So knight f5 is an idea. And I have to say, knight f5 is annoying. It's so annoying that I'm not even kidding. I am thinking of the move g4. Don't know that it's a good move. You know, don't listen to me on this one. But I am so bothered by this knight f5 move. I also look at queen c2. But I'm thinking that Daryl is maybe planning just knight f3, which truly is a fine move to play.
Yes, I think he started this knight maneuver with that idea. Now he's slowing down because I guess knight to e7 was not the most obvious move of the opponent either. So he's considering what are the threats, what are the plans that Sonic wants to go for here, which is really, really important too, to take into account the opponent's ideas. So well done by Daryl, but he does need to make a decision soon. Queen to g4. I like that it's going in the right direction and it's threatening bishop takes h6.
Yes, indeed. There is a pin on the g7 pawn. Knight f5 would make good sense now. Otherwise, king h8. But king h8 is an example of a move that I think could get into some trouble with king g2. That's why I want to use the h file for a potential sacrifice on h6 there.
And that could be a dream come true for Daryl's attack if the rook appears in the corner, sacrificing the bishop. I would think that was the whole purpose of sacrificing the h-pawn, and maybe we'll get a chance to ask Daryl later if that was all part of his plan. But now he's going with it. He's going for the attack, and I think this is really tough from Sonic's perspective to defend precisely when white's pieces are all targeting your king. The queen is already there. The bishops, both bishops are looking at the black king, and the rook is about to join in 2 moves.
One thing that Sonic always has, probably not in this exact moment because we already mentioned the threat, is the move f6 or f5. So in this case, you could try f5. This move is helpful because it allows maybe the queen to help out in defense. It gives the king some breathing room, and knight f5 is played. That's a great move as well. But we're waiting for Sonic to finish developing their pieces. The bishop, the rook, they're not participating in the game, but big credit for this defensive move. Knight f5 is amazing.
It is a really strong move. It's the right idea. And I wonder if Daryl will follow up with what g3 was for, to push the queen away, but also to create space for his king, to move it up 1 square, bring the rook to h1. And then I think it will be quite tough for Sonic to make sure that there are no tactics, because suddenly a lot of white's army is staring at the black king, and it's happening. It's happening. Daryl is going for the attack all in. I don't think it's a question mark. The computer is so harsh.
Yeah, boo. I don't agree with that at all. Taking with the pawn, you know, changing the integrity of the structure a little bit, but understandable because I can tell Daryl is thinking that rook belongs on h1. So why would I play rook takes e3 when I'm going to need it over here? I think the way to think of it was that bishop d3 and then the other rook going to h1 was possible, but I have no problem with this. And I do think that Daryl's next moves are going to be knight f3, bishop d3, rook h1, and go from there.
Go from there, and you can even see it in the very near future. There could be 2 rooks of white on that open h5. That's thanks to the pawn sacrifice. So really threatening situation for the black king to be facing. It's a perfect pawn structure in front of the black king, but there are no defenders. There are no other pieces helping.
I really like knight f3. It's not the engine's favorite, but one thing I've noticed is Sonic has not played f6 or f5. And if that continues to be the case, I think this attack is just going to work. So this, I think, is critical for black to play in this current position. If not, and if you imagine rook c8 or bishop b5, I think none of these moves matter because of how dangerous it's going to be on the h file. And the last thing knight f3 does, Anna, stops queen g5. So there's no queen trades.
And that is so important because one of the most important resources for black here in the defense would be to trade the queens. That would immediately eliminate all this danger around the black king. So crucial idea by Daryl, stopping the potential trade of queens. The queen on g4 is such a beast, and you cannot chase it away. You cannot trade it either. The black rook comes to the open file, but I think Daryl will follow up with what you said, Aman. Just bring the rook to the h file or bring the bishop out to connect the rooks. And it is Sonic who has to be really careful about his king situation. The black king is in a really sensitive and tough spot.
Completely agree. Now, Sonic has not made a mistake, really. Like, being honest, I don't see any issue with the gameplay so far. The problem, though, is unless we see this F-pawn move, I just feel like White's plan is so simple. Bishop out, double the rooks, and if you play King H8 here, for example, that's a checkmating idea. F6 allows maybe the queen to join the action. F5, for example, hits the queen, and if you take en passant, then maybe the queen comes out. So F5 to me is a very strong defensive move, and it's almost necessary. King H8 I think is playable, but you'd have to be very, very accurate there. It's going to be a tough position to play.
It's so tough, and you are right, Aman, that the computer shows this much advantage for black just for the fact that you need to find that pawn push. The f-pawn needs to be pushed, because otherwise, in a few moves' time, the evaluation bar will jump completely in the opposite direction, because white's attack will be crushing. You need to, before things get too heated up here, you need to push that f-pawn and counterattack on the f-file, and by trading those pawns, you're also making sure that you have defenders coming close to your king.
Yeah, knight c4. I mean, that's a move that's always nice to play. Gain a little bit of time attacking that pawn. You see this threat, you go for a counterattack. But that's tough to do. You have to recognize that your threat is bigger than rook capturing on h6. So knight c4 is the other move that I like. I think other than knight c4, I can't think of really any other moves that are that helpful. King h8, f5, knight c4. Those are my top 3 moves at the moment. And for Daryl, it's bishop d3, it's, rook takes, or just doubling the rooks. So maybe black is better, but white's moves are easier. And guess what? The time has finally evened up, and Daryl, I think for the first time in this whole match, is up on the clock.
He's up on the clock in the entire tournament, I feel like. So this is great news that Daryl has found a rhythm, found his way of dealing with this shorter time control. F5, though, unfortunately for Daryl, is an incredibly strong move by Sonic. And Sonic had to find this to stay in the game and keep the advantage.
Very strong move. And what I've noticed about Sonic is they really take their time in those critical moments, knowing when to invest time and just hunt for that A+ move that you must play, or else, everything falls apart. Sonic has been able to find that critical move pretty much every single time in the match so far. And that has been the difference. It's small moves here and there, but in those big moments where, the engine only finds one move that you have to play, being able to find that move really sets you apart.
It's so true. Investing time in the right moment. Sonic has done that so well. And also the moves, by the way, that you mentioned, Aman, according to the computer, this pawn push and the knight move, those were the only 2 moves. The only 2 moves among any move that kept black's advantage. Any other move, anything else would have been white's advantage already.
There you go. So critical choice here. Do you take en passant or do you move the queen? Queen g6 is genuinely very tempting because rook takes h6 is available. I do think queen g6 is probably on Daryl's mind, but decides to take to open up that bishop, which makes sense as well. You want to keep as many lines open when you are attacking, and I think maybe an error by Sonic, queen takes, I preferred.
Yes, the rook is now a bit clumsy. The queen would have been really strong, queen and rook on the open file. I think also the fact that Daryl has taken with en passant gives that square to the knight, as you have been showing, Aman, and immediately we see a knight jump to e5. Such a strong piece, a really great outpost for the knight. And the blue arrow appears, showing that black can only keep their advantage if they want to immediately pose questions to that strong knight of white.
Yeah, knight c4. I again believe that Sonic can find this move. Sonic has been absolutely on the ball when it's a move that you need to play. Let's see if they can find this one, because as you mentioned, without knight c4, I don't know, imagine queen e7. Suddenly I might consider bishop d3. The rook comes over to f1. It starts to look really scary for Sonic to defend.
So true. It's again one of those near only moves in order to keep the decisive advantage of black, and not that easy. I think if they spot that e3 is vulnerable and that threatens a knight fork, then you can come to the conclusion that this is the right move here. But just solely for jumping to c4, it wouldn't be that spectacular, because white will then continue with the attack if it wasn't for the pawn hanging with that tactical pattern, and it's on the board. Sonic is playing incredible chess.
So good. If I'm guessing the move that Daryl might need to produce here, first of all, taking is very tempting, but pawn takes back suddenly becomes an option, maybe opening up the bishop on that long diagonal as well. Queen e2 is a really difficult backwards move to play, but there's some logic to maybe capturing on e5, and again, setting up your old idea of queen d3 and queen h7. But that is quite a difficult bit of logic to follow, but don't blunder.
Oh, no. Daryl has blundered the knight fork with only 30 seconds to go. It's understandable with the time pressure. It was really hard to navigate these territories and calculate everything. Will Sonic spot that they can win a queen by capturing the pawn? It's a check and attacks the queen. Sonic missed it. Sonic is not winning the queen either. They are both in time trouble and make mistakes now. Blunder after blunder.
And it's not just missing the queen. Now, Anna, after bishop takes knight, and then knight takes bishop, it's completely winning for Daryl.
It's winning a piece and it's a knight fork. They both blundered the knight forks.
Oh my goodness, 9 seconds. You have to take that knight. Get it out of there. Oh.
Daryl takes but forgets. Well, I guess he never saw that there is a knight fork for black
Nobody
as well.
saw it. It doesn't exist.
Will either of them spot it and see it? That exists too?
Oh
no,
my goodness.
The queen. Now the rook can be captured with a check. And then
Take
Daryl has
knight.
time.
Somebody
Daryl
get
has
rid
time
of this
to
knight.
take the knight. Oh gosh.
Oh, don't play rook out. Okay, he took
Daryl
the
has
knight.
taken the knight. You can no longer win the white queen. Daryl Morey up a rook in a crucial game against SonicFox. Sonic played so well defending against the very strong attack of Daryl, but now it is a full rook up because of the many blunders multiplied against each other. They didn't see, neither of them saw the knight fork.
Okay, rook f1, rook c2. All king moves are okay here, so there's no real danger at the moment, but easy to panic. 10 seconds, you just have to play a king move here. And what's the goal usually, Anna? Trade pieces. I'm thinking of rook h2. I'm thinking of trying to get the queen and rook lined up and maybe get down here for a check. Trade pieces at all costs.
Trade pieces indeed. And what a match this is. Daryl is about to make a huge comeback. He is doing what you said. What a move. Offering a rook trade to get rid of the active black rook. Daryl is up a rook, so the trades favor him. If there's no trade, you're showing that the white rooks will double on the f5. This is winning for Daryl, but he only has 10 seconds left.
Yeah, 10 seconds. Look, it's tempting to take this pawn with check. He does it. My recommendation is, of course, to eliminate that rook. But if you pay attention here, queen f5 is an amazing fork. And he spots it.
He found it. He's about to be 2 rooks up against a really well-playing SonicFox. This match is incredibly exciting.
Okay, will he take the rook now? Yes. And I think he realizes it's supported. Sonic is now down 2 rooks. Rook to c8, by the way, is going to lead to checkmate. If you play that one, it's all over. And yes, it is.
Daryl sees it. Daryl knows it. Daryl is giving checkmate. What a comeback. Incredible. By the president of the Sixers. What an incredible comeback by Daryl here.
Just amazing. And there's only a couple legal moves in the position with the queen. Of course, Daryl is going to snatch that up and win by checkmate on the next move, unless we see a resignation. And it's going to be tied 1-1 with tie breaks upcoming. Anna, the attack finally crashed through, and that is a victory there.
Wow, huge congratulations to Daryl Morey for an incredible comeback in a match that was really tough. Sonic playing very accurate and precise, but now this has earned Daryl a tiebreaker, which is going to be shorter time control, 5 minutes with a 3-second bonus, and whoever wins this game is winning the tiebreaker. Sudden death, we call this format. If it's a draw, there's gonna be another game and another game until we see a decisive result. I am still looking at the camera of Daryl and the smile and the relief after such a tough match, but his attack paid off. He sacrificed the pawn. He went bold and brave, and it paid off.
You said it. I mean, we witnessed the right ideas in the wrong order, it felt like, from Daryl. He clearly had an understanding of where the pieces needed to go. Eventually, we saw G3. We saw the king move up. We saw the rook slide over. You know, the knight jumped in. Everything was correct, but Sonic was finding defensive move after defensive move. It was honestly a masterclass in defense until it was honestly almost like a bluff, Anna. Knight c4 to go and win the queen, and Daryl didn't see it, and then Sonic just didn't look for it, assumed that it wasn't there. What a miss.
It was an incredible miss, and both of them missed the same move. It happens even on the highest of levels. There was that key game in the World Championship match, for instance, between Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand, where they both blundered the same move. So mutual chess blindness can happen, and that was the case here in SuperPogChamps today. They are getting ready now, both players, for the tiebreaker match in the shorter time control. But so far, Aman, what do you think of this matchup, and what do you predict will happen?
It's definitely delivering. I think Daryl is kind of punching above his rating a little bit. Sonic played, well, first of all, I think Sonic is going to get the white pieces, right? Because there's no way there was anything higher than the accuracy of that first game. That was incredible. And I'm wondering whether we're going to see draws extend the match, because I think you and I know draw is a pretty unlikely result when you're not playing at the highest level of chess. So maybe that white pieces, you know, maybe it could matter.
Yeah, and I'm being told that the tiebreaker will be slightly later because, of course, Daryl's schedule is incredibly packed and the match was supposed to be ending now, but because he played too well, he needs to play a tiebreaker, which he has no time for right now because he has a business meeting to attend. So, of course, we're gonna let the president of the Philadelphia 76ers to attend that important meeting, and then he'll be back to play the tiebreaker match, which means and we can start preparing for our next quarterfinals in the meantime, Aman.
Oh, this is epic. This is epic. So it's obviously 4 minutes to the hour, and if, you know, meetings scheduled on the hour makes sense. He's out. He probably thought, okay, budget an hour or so for this match, and maybe he was even doubting himself. And now he's got a problem that he's got a meeting to attend. Then he also has to come back and do this. And why is this happening? Because he played a damn good game of chess.
He has played such a good game. That was insane. Absolutely incredible to see how Daryl fought his way back against a SonicFox that played one of the most accurate chess in like all of SuperPogChamps. Game 1 was highly accurate by SonicFox, and game 2, Sonic found some really tough defensive moves and was doing all right if it wasn't for that knight fork that they both blundered.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think. So if you were in a match, it would be a nice power move at some point to just be like, okay, I gotta go. I'll come back to move 33 later. I'm just gonna think of it. And then I realized that's actually what used to happen in chess. They used to have sealed moves. They used to adjourn the game. So I think, you know, I'm seeing some similarities between Daryl and the old times of Grandmaster chess when they literally used to say, okay, it's going for too long. I'm going to write my next move in an envelope. I'm going to seal it. I'm going to leave it here, and let's just come back to it tomorrow.
So true. So true. And since we have time, Aman, I think we could show how instructive that moment was where there was a knight fork that both players blundered, and how the game went from winning to SonicFox to then suddenly losing because of another knight fork.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's bring it back to the analysis board here. And it was kind of, I'll even go a few moves back. It was right around when F5 happened, Anna, where I thought that this was such a key move in the position. You know, you mentioned there was only like two playable moves that really kept that advantage for SonicFox. So F5, a lot of credit for this one. pawn takes en passant. That kept the bishop open. Maybe a slight inaccuracy not taking with the queen, but I think this is the moment that we were talking about. Knight e5, Anna, and a brilliant knight c4.
Incredible move, but unfortunately for Sonic, they didn't see that it's not only threatening the white knight, it's also threatening to win the white queen. And so when Daryl made his decision of not capturing this knight, that left the window wide open for that knight fork winning with the check, the queen of white. This is how it could have ended had Sonic found it move. They didn't. And then Daryl found a knight fork for him, because the last move of Sonic, instead of capturing this pawn and winning the queen, mutual chess blindness was the case here. Both players missed this option. The idea, queen to f8 stepped into a knight fork, because now when white takes the bishop, that's a knight fork. The blue arrow though, Aman, we need to explain why the blue arrow is so important here for the move order.
Yeah, it feels like queen f8 is a mistake because, the bishop's not defended, and that's exactly what both players in this game thought. But I think what it was, honestly, is that Daryl had still not seen knight e3, Sonic had still not seen knight e3, so we're just basically playing as if that move does not exist, and after knight takes, there was a moment Sonic could still bail themselves out of trouble with knight takes e3, but I mean, I guess, Anna, if you miss it once, you're going to keep missing it. It's not just going to randomly pop into your head. And Sonic was in panic mode, responding only to the threats in front of them. And knight takes with a check, mind you. And that gave Daryl enough time to remove this very dangerous knight.
What an incredible moment it was. I think so far in SuperPogChamps, this has been the most iconic moment, with the double blunder, double chess blindness, but also these ideas, the back and forth knight forks, and essentially turning the tables fully for Daryl. And from here on, with the rook up, you could think that it will still take some time to convert it, and they were both low on time, but no, Daryl played so incredibly well, trading the rook, offering to trade it, then the right checks to win that rook, and checkmate. What an incredible comeback.
Yeah, it was a really, really well played game after that. And, I'm wondering, what about you, Anna? When you play a game, have you had that feeling where you don't just miss a move, but your opponent misses it as well? It's almost weird the way chess players are in sync. You're both looking at the same spot, which means you might both be missing the same spot of the board.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, and we are getting ready here for both that tiebreaker to come later and also the next quarterfinal match. So we're going to take a very short break, but before we go and see you on the other side of this break, please remember that this is all for charity, and if you use the !Lide in the chat, you will learn more about this incredible fundraiser. We are really proud to be partnered with Lide Haiti, a non-profit focused on supporting Haitian girls from underserved communities in health, learning, and art, supporting over 1,000 girls and young women between the ages of 10 and 24 each year. SuperPogChamps couldn't be happier to support Lide's mission of positive transformative change. Be sure to use the command in the chat, !Lide, and we hope to see you on the other side of this break for the rest of the quarterfinals here at SuperPogChamps.
Et non pas monsieur Jenna Alexis. Moi j'ai 16 ans. Année passée, madame nan te travaille avec vous. Pas tellement pour nous parce que c'est la première fois que me rejette ça parce que c'est madame nan qui te montré ni. C'est à cause de madame nan me teni prendre ça les jeter sur. Li fait m'apprendre, il fait focus n'importe jeu que m'pa connait doit focus, m'pa doit toujours timide. Pour m'apprendre, doit focus malgré m'pa connait jet là, c'est la première fois, on doit toujours essayer. On ka jouer et puis madame nan pour patience avec nous tout pour ka montrer nous. M'pa t'attendre que m'ta gain Jenny, l'entendre jouer à Jenny, nous game, on te saisi. Les ça. Que samedi me dit n'ta souhaité retourner commencer avec échec là pour m'ka plus fort. Quand ça tout, m'ka participer dans n'importe quoi.
Plusieurs Manaïka, on a 14 ans. Commencer à jouer jeu échec, bah du combien de temps parce que jusqu'à présent, j'ai joué sur tablette. Moi, j'aime pour me venir qui qu'on jouer. Et en plus, pour m'a jouer avec l'autre monde qui plus fort passer. Et m'a dit, plus toujours continuer avec l'échec là, et puis t'as plus aider Timonio, pour plus faire concours avec l'autre participant, pour on te plus élever dans l'échec.
I would personally love to face Tyler1. I think we're like the same rating, and I find this contest really funny. So I think it'd be a really, really good match. I don't want him to slam his desk. I think Lefton would be really good at chess. I think Boyd, if he really studied, would be really good at chess as well. There's a few people. I mean, there's some people that just straight to play chess over fighting games too. So.
Welcome back, everyone, to the quarterfinals of SuperPogChamps. What a day this is promising to be. We have already seen one of the matches between Daryl, Morey, and SonicFox, and in fact, that match is still underway, Amon. But of course, if you're the president of a successful NBA team, you might have to attend a few business meetings, and so Daryl had to leave, and then he'll be back for the tiebreaker. It's incredible.
And you know what? That's real life. That's real life, and we adjust here at SuperPog Champs. So no issues at all. We have other matches to get to, so the entertainment does not stop. The consolation quarterfinals. We obviously have that, pending matchup between Daryl and Sonic, but Tyler1 and Sparg0 is up next.
Oh wow, I realized we made a slight mistake on this graphic that Daryl is already through according to the graphics, but no, Daryl still has to play after his business meeting, so that is a tiebreak, and whoever wins that match, whether it's Sonic or Daryl, will be the opponent of Will Benson in the semifinals.
Exactly right. And Boy waiting in the semifinals to face the winner of Sparg0 or Tyler1. And Anna, talking about this match for a minute, I mean, these two have been, I think Sparg0 had a really great end to the day in Group A, so kind of saved his best chess for last. I wonder if he's going to be bringing more of that today now that he's warmed up a little bit in the competition.
Yeah, and we can also see Tyler1 with maybe a last-minute preparation. He has just finished the phone call. He's ready. He's focused. These are two players that maybe had higher hopes to perform well in the group stage, but now in the consolation bracket, they will, of course, try their very best. As for Sparg0, he is considered to be the #1 Super Smash Bros. Ultimate player, which is really impressive, while his opponent, Tyler, well, he's known for his incredible skills at League of Legends, but also he was best chess streamer of the year in 2023, according to the Streamer Awards, because he has gone on an incredible grind and streamed it all, going from 200 to nearly 2,000 in 9 months. That is such a, I don't even know what word to use it for. Have you ever seen anyone gain so much rating in 9 months, going from 200 to nearly 2,000?
No, it really is incredible. I've seen it, but I could probably count the amount of times, you know, on a single hand. It really is an amazing achievement, but that's Tyler1. He's a grinder. He has always been that way, and it's why he's been able to get good at so many different games. He's just naturally got that grind talent. He's willing to put the hours in, and it's definitely shown. Now, one thing about Tyler1 is I feel that when he's playing players that maybe can prepare a little bit, that throws him off. He's much better, maybe more comfortable just jumping in the Chess.com pool and saying, you know, oh, let me just play a random person. Okay, now I got another random. They don't know what he's going to play, but everyone here, I think, has been very well prepared for his openings, and maybe that threw him off on day one. Let's see if he comes with some adjustments now that he knows that information.
I think his body language is definitely showing confidence. He's ready. He's so ready for the fight. But you are so on spot with what you have mentioned about his opening repertoire. He has gone to such a high level from 200 to nearly 2,000 by playing one single opening, and that is the cow opening. And he's playing it again here with the white pieces.
Stick with it. Good.
He's got to stick with it because this is the only opening he knows. But as you mentioned, here in SuperPogChamps, everyone is very well prepared. Sparg0 is trained by Dibis, International Master David Martinez. And Dibis is known for his really strong preparations, even on a Grandmaster level, training the Olympic team of Spain. So Sparg0 here coming up with the H5 pawn push that we have seen applied against Tyler in so many games. A good thing for Tyler, though, is that even though he's sticking to the cow opening, he has made some adjustments throughout the tournament just by taking analyzing what were the consequences of his moves and what he can improve on, making it less disadvantageous, the setup here with the awkward knight placement of the cow opening.
Yeah, and we see an early H5. This is maybe no surprise for viewers of this PogChamps coverage. G6 and H5 are exactly the moves you want to play against the knight here. Same thing on the other side, B6 and A5. It renders both of those knights pretty much useless. There's nowhere for them to move. However, you are supposed to defend this pawn. So one thing I think Sparg0 has kind of forgotten is that maybe you could just take this pawn. And so Tyler, sticking with his plans, he likes to expand to gain a little bit of space in the center, maybe bring that bishop out, but he is eyeballing that pawn on H5, guaranteed.
He's eyeballing that pawn, and we could listen in with his stream because both of them are live on their channels. And Tyler1, I love that he's got a heart rate monitor. So let's see, how is that heart rate monitor doing, and what are the thoughts of Tyler logged in this position? So logged in that he's not talking at the moment, but the heart rate is going above 100, man, above 100, and we are only in the opening.
He has to move this. Probably just move it right here.
Okay, I wonder if he's talking about the knight, because I don't think that knight can move because of the pin.
Pinned. Okay, so he's going to go back.
There we go.
Maybe I can. I still got to worry about this, though. I don't want to lose it, my pawn. But if I can get a knight here, I can pressure this. So castle long. I do not want to do that, actually. Fuck that. Long castle in this game, I think it's going to fucking suck if he does it. Maybe I should anticipate the long castle and start pushing pawn. Shit going on the right side, though.
Makes a lot of sense.
It does, and his heart rate went so high up when he spotted the pin and that he might be able to capture the pawn, you know, win the pawn on H5, attack.
Let's just leave it pinned.
Yeah, so the nice thing is that I think he's always known that that H-pawn can be taken. And now, with that bishop check,
my knight.
Pawn up is correct. And then we got some questions asked.
He plays the best move, blocking, winning a tempo. The bishop goes back to E7. That's a good move by Sparg0 to eliminate the pin.
Very good move. Very good move. I think Tyler should probably complete development, which means maybe moving that other knight up, knight in front of the queen. And this is all part of Tyler's plan, right? I will say, I think this opening has gone much better than some of the other games, Anna. And that pawn on h5, I know that Tyler is probably looking at it, and I think this is correct. Knight captures h5 on the next move.
This is it, and you're right. This is the best cow opening he has had in the entire tournament. He's up a pawn, and black could be tempted to take also white's h-pawn, but that leaves the pawn on g7 unprotected, so black will be down material no matter what.
Exactly right. This is the cow opening, probably working to perfection, bringing the knight, the bishop, and it's like, if you play h5, you usually need to support it with g6, so forgetting that g6 move has cost Sparg0 a pawn, but as we have talked about so many times, that is absolutely not the end of this game. A single pawn is just absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things.
So true, especially here at PogChamps and SuperPogChamps. There can be still so many ups and downs in this game. We are only beginning the action.
I would recommend getting this king probably to the other side of the board for Sparg0. You no longer really feel safe castling kingside. g6, knight takes bishop with a check. The queen is going to take back. And then defending this pawn on h4 is key. And Tyler1 plays the best move, g3 to defend. And now, Anna, I would castle queenside.
Yes, and that's something that Tyler was already talking about, and he was considering whether he should start pushing his queenside pawns, the pawns on the left side of the board, to discourage black from castling there. We see castle queenside on the board. This is the right way to go. If you're missing your h-pawn, it's not as safe there anymore. Keep your bodyguards close. Those pawns in front of the black king are helping to keep your king safe.
And the move queen c2 is just played. I actually think it's a good move. Knight d2 and then trying to castle makes a lot of sense. There's a few things to consider here. First of all, pawn to g5 by Sparg0, if it's played, is a really annoying move because there is a pin to the rook. The next thing is if you castle, which Tyler will probably be really happy to play, you actually drop your f-pawn, which is easy to forget.
Easy to forget, indeed. And I think we could check in with Sparg0 as well. He might not be analyzing and talking through the moves, but maybe we could see where the mouse is, if he's drawing arrows. The music he's listening to, I really enjoy the choice.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, the chat always likes to drop in here, even if he's not talking, just to vibe to the music. You know, that's why there's a lot of people that drop by the Chess.com stream. They don't even play chess. They just like to listen to the music, and you know what? I'm okay with that.
And that is so cool. You know, you're there for the vibe, you're there for the atmosphere. And that's the case here as well. Sparg0's community supporting him and vibing with the music, vibing with the chess moves. We see him hovering over the d pawn, and he ends up taking the central pawn of Tyler. Now he needs to move the queen, and you can see that he's not going to play a Botas Gambit. That's at least reassuring.
Yep. Moving the queen back is absolutely the correct decision, and maybe getting out of the way of that pawn to kick out the knight on the next turn. Sparg0 being very thoughtful here, down a pawn, but like I said, it's really about the quality of the moves here, and even being down that h-pawn can help with the rook on the open file. So I think this is a really close one, but one thing that's standing out and continues to stand out every single time is Tyler1 is so fast. Look at that time.
Incredible. We started with 10 minutes and he barely used any of his time, while for Sparg0, this is now a big time disadvantage. It's nearly half the time that Tyler has. So time pressure will definitely be something important in this match. Down a pawn, but the position for black is actually really active. It compensates for the lack of the pawn. The lack of the time is harder to compensate for unless you can speed up.
Exactly. F5, hitting the knight. A really smart decision. I'm a little bit nervous for Tyler, who still has his king in the middle of the board, castling in either direction. Of course, kingside looks a little bit riskier, but getting the king castled is huge. Knight g5, I believe the best move. And maybe there's even an attack to be launched against this king. Whenever we're in positions like this, Anna, I always feel like I want to drop in and listen to to Tyler's stream because I know that when he's playing these aggressive moves, he's starting to formulate those plans. So I'm curious. Smart thing. For Sparg0, you can put the rook on the far left, just right behind the other one in the middle.
I'll probably have to do
and
it
for Tyler, bring the rook from the far right into the center of the board. Nice and easy.
I think that's what might be happening here. We do see, though, the mouse of Sparg0 hovering over the other rook. Interesting. Maybe he was just thinking for a second what's the best placement, but I would keep that rook there where it is. No, he wants to move it. He wants to move it back one square. Good thing about online chess is that there's no touch piece. So
right?
he,
I think he goes here.
he just
right.
touched the
Rook
rook. He tried what it would look like on a different square. He changes his mind and
Kind of
goes
like that
back
if
to
you
where it
turn
was.
rook here, pawn up.
Ooh, there's a plan from Tyler that I kind of like. I think he is going to bring that rook in the middle, and he's considering moving the pawn up with a pin against the black queen. So that is a 1 to 2 move combo.
I think he's going to go here now. I kind of want to go here to prep the pawn up. I think it's goes here, and then I have to go up anyway.
He's got the right idea indeed with the pin and the pawn push. Oh no, he's choosing the other rook. I thought he wanted to bring his rook to pin the pawn. He is preparing to double his rooks, but on the wrong file.
But isn't this so relatable in a way? I will constantly sit there. Maybe the chat can relate. I'll sit there, I'll calculate something, I'll talk about it for 5 minutes, and then I'll play a different move.
Just puts this back.
Yes, it's very relatable. I do it all the time.
I gotta move the rook back here anyway.
Oh my goodness, what a move!
Wow, I think we need to show it. We need to show it on our analysis board, but I want to see first what Tyler thinks about it. That knight is hanging. It seems like it's hanging.
I wonder.
Okay, Tyler knows. Tyler knows he couldn't.
The whole tactic because he didn't even mention it.
Yeah, I'm a bit puzzled. I was expecting him talking about it, but we should definitely show it on our analysis board why that knight sacrifice was a really powerful idea by Sparg0.
Yeah, the knight went into b4, attacking the queen. And honestly, Tyler reacted so quickly by moving. But if the pawn captured, Sparg0 was actually, and I'm going to give him a lot of credit, I think he was setting it up by playing rook back to d6. Now it becomes really clear. Rook c6, and you would win the queen here for only your rook and your knight. At 1500, Sparg0, I see you. That is an unbelievable tactic to set up. And knight b4 is ultra tricky. And honestly, Tyler1 gets a lot of credit for not even spending like 30 seconds and making the right decision not to take.
Yeah, this is incredible by both of them, as you have mentioned, and we were a bit puzzled by Sparg0's choice of retreating the rook, but he wanted to set up this idea the whole time he saw it.
And there's rook d1, so a safe position from Tyler, and I think we're starting to get to the point, Anna, where the time situation is going to start to matter a lot. The 8 minutes versus 2 minutes, it kind of doesn't matter when you have 10 minutes versus 8 or 6 minutes versus 4, but that 2 minutes is really going to tick down quickly. And if I'm Sparg0, one thing that has not been done yet is an escape square. I really recommend just pushing one pawn up, taking time out of your day to make the king happy.
It does indeed matter so much to make the king happy and safer so that there are no back rank checkmate patterns later down the line. One could think, why should we care about the back rank? Like, how will white pieces make it to the back rank? Everything is safe, but the position could blow open in any moment. And you want to be ready for it. So making prophylactic moves, like pushing a tiny little pawn just one square up around the king to give it some space, a window where you can go out on the balcony and breathe, that is important.
Yeah, absolutely. Knight h5. I do like the pressure that's being put on these pawns over here, especially after f3 by Tyler, but I would like to see a6, and I really would like to see these rooks doubled and exerting a lot of pressure in the center of the board. But for now, honestly, a pretty well-played game by both players, tricks and correct decisions being made by both. I like knight h5, hitting the g3 pawn. There's a big decision for Tyler to make.
Big decision indeed. We could check in with his stream and hear his thoughts. Both of them are on 85, above 85 point accuracy.
You feel like the guy has sort of got one over on you.
Yeah, and that's what Tyler is experiencing. He's expressing that he's not that happy with how it had to be played. He is moving his queen one square up to make it more active. And Sparg0, by pushing the pawn, this is a strong move, just continuing the pressure on the right side of Tyler's board and forcing a response. Whether you trade that pawn or you push that pawn, it's attacked. You need to move. Tyler's pushing it, which is definitely the better decision overall. But oh boy, what's going to happen now with the knight jumping in?
Yeah, you can basically even things up by taking this h-pawn here. The one thing is Sparg0 did play
hold
a6.
that pawn forever anyway.
I know that that move kind of just showed up there. We didn't really notice it, but a really good move. And now the position is actually back to equal.
Yeah, this has changed a lot. You are right that we missed the moment when Sparg0 pushed the pawn to create that window we talked about for the black king, so there's no back rank checkmate. And since he has won the h-pawn, this is even material. The time difference, though, is so crucial.
Yep, it's all going to be time here. With the current position, I would just be a little bit careful if you're Sparg0 of letting that time get down to 5-10 seconds. You want to start playing quickly now rather than waiting until under 10.
I have a check. Take.
Very important, yes.
worse
The increment is
if I
very
lose this
little, only
pawn.
5 seconds.
To be honest.
Let's see how Tyler will react to that rook move that attacks Tyler's f-pawn. You might
Very
want
good
to
move.
Check.
find a way to protect it or give a check to grab the pawn of black on
Check.
g6.
Take.
So Tyler is actually calculating perfectly here. He's looking at, what if I give the check all the way down at the edge of the board, and correctly realizing that winning that pawn is not worth losing that pawn because white's pawn supports the other two. This g-pawn is kind of on its own. So it's a really well-calculated position. And with queen c5, Sparg0 is going all in on trying to win this pawn. Tyler might have to go back and defend.
He's playing so well, Sparg0, not going on the defensive, but counter-attacking once really badly that check and capturing the f3 pawn. Tyler goes back, but to the wrong square. That's not protecting the pawn. Maybe he wants to block with the queen, but that's not enough.
Well, rook takes pawn needs to be played right now. And as a matter of fact, just to put a variation on the board, rook takes pawn. If queen takes queen, you can actually take the rook instead of the queen, and it would be all over right here. So this would be a crazy variation if we saw that.
And Sparg0 has only 46 seconds to find it. Did he actually find this incredible move? It's on the board, right? This is it. Sparg0, with only 46 seconds, finds a really accurate way of getting the advantage.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, Tyler has to be careful here. Rook takes rook is the move. You can't take that queen. Really important not to blunder that. There's still some hope with the queen endgame, Anna. Like if it's only queens on the board, you can always try to find a what we call perpetual check, where you just keep checking the king forever.
Oh, I lose both these pawns. Holy fuck!
I think we can feel that he's not happy with his position, Tyler.
I don't know where you're getting that from, Anna, but
just body language, you know.
Now. I kind of can't do anything after he takes this.
Tough moment for him indeed. He does have a lot of time on his side, big time advantage, but Sparg0 playing so well, so precisely, even under the time pressure.
Check here, here. God damn it.
He's replaying the moves to see how he got here.
Oh, I'm very familiar. This is straight out of the On Tilt handbook, where you've got so much time that you do this. That I've seen this before. Usually, what happens is like a huge blunder after this. It's kind of like
Oh no.
it's
Oh,
all
no.
part of the handbook. Oh, it is a
Oh no,
blunder.
he did blunder. Amon, it's the move that you mentioned. Sparg0 immediately took the queen, which is a good move, but there was an even better one.
Okay, well, look, it was not quite exactly how we thought. Definitely a blunder, but you know what? Sparg0 did not even have to find the right move because what he played is amazing.
And it's a winning king and pawn endgame for Sparg0. All he needs to do is activate his king as well. If he'll have the patience to bring the king up, it is winning no matter how little his time is. 48 seconds left for Sparg0.
Yep, and Sparg0 is not going to mess this one up. Bringing the king in, very frustrating to play as white. There's just nothing you can do.
Let's go!
And therefore, Tyler resigns. It was indeed a hopeless endgame, and he knows
Fucking
it.
go.
So he goes for the
Game's gonna
next
start
game.
shortly. First, though, Sparg0, we're gonna need your screen share back.
All right.
They're getting behind the scenes instructions there. And oh boy, the second game will start in just a moment. Sparg0 taking the first win. So Tyler in a must-win situation to level this match and get to a tiebreaker.
That's right. That game was super close the entire time. A pawn blundered in the opening, so Tyler1 with the better start, up on time. But one thing that's really critical is when you have all that extra time, at some point you have to use it. Because truly, if Tyler never uses the time, then there's no benefit, right? There's no point in having a time advantage if you're not going to eventually use it. Unfortunately, Tyler decided to use it when the position was kind of bad already, but you got to use that time in those critical moments to not blunder those pawns, and Sparg0 took advantage. It was a really well-earned victory.
So well played by Sparg0, even under the time pressure. And Tyler is still looking at the game, analyzing what went wrong. Do you think that's a good or bad idea, Mon, when your next game is about to start?
Good idea, I say, because for Tyler, anything he learns about his game can immediately be applied to the next game because he plays the same opening from both sides. So I think for Tyler, it's the most beneficial of anyone in PogChamps.
It is true, and that's what he's doing, learning from his own mistakes. I think he's the only participant that doesn't have a coach, a grandmaster, or title player supporting him because he learns by himself. He learns from his own games, and that's how he managed to go from 200 rating points to nearly 2,000 rating points in chess.
Yeah, maybe we can see how you prepare yourself with
Otherwise,
no coach.
I usually just drag it to the bottom on the taskbar so it's kind of out of the way.
Okay, give me. Where's the
I think there's a slight technical issue on Sparg0's end with the screen share, so Tyler has more time to analyze his game. I don't think he minds that.
Anticipating this move. Even.
So can Tyler not hear them, but we can hear the production? This is weird. I'm trying to understand.
I think he was
oh wait, it's
he's so zoned in on his analysis.
Oh. I can't figure it out, so I'll just drag it away, I guess. Sorry. Yeah, we literally won't get out of the way.
Okay, well, maybe we could come back. I feel like I'm listening to someone's thoughts.
Tyler with the analysis still ongoing while Sparg0 is troubleshooting the tech issues on his end. What a match this is. And by the way, we will have, of course, the tiebreaker in the other quarterfinal match of the consolation bracket where Daryl Morey made an incredible comeback against SonicFox and then had to rush to a business meeting because he's the president of a really successful NBA team. So he's got a few duties other than playing chess here.
Yeah, I would probably if I had something to choose between, I feel like my PogChamps match might be the one that I disregard in that moment. But you know what? I think he's so committed that he said, reality is I got to go, but guess what? I'm going to be back. And that's great. He will definitely resume his match against Sonic. So that one's not even completed. So we have a number of question marks up in the air. Sparg0 has taken the lead over Tyler1 and is going to have the white pieces in the next game. And you could see silent throughout that whole game. But you know what, Anna? It really meant something to Sparg0 at the very end. He kind of let it all out, said, let's go. He was super pumped that he had earned that victory and just calculated everything well towards the end of that game.
He did. And a lot of the viewers pointed out how his chess is really like how he plays Super Smash Bros. That it's a very similar playing style, going aggressively for the attack rather than defensive. He went for it. He didn't mind that there were a few pawns in his camp that would have been hanging. He went for the attack and it paid off. It was a very well played game under time pressure. And now we have the two matches side by side. On the left side, SonicFox and Daryl Morey in a sudden death tiebreaker, 5 minutes with 3-second increment, much shorter time control there between Sonic and Daryl. And on the right side of our screen before we had, of course, the other quarterfinal Sparg0 against Tyler1. That's game 2 with 10 minutes and 5-second increment.
Yeah, and my first thought, so first of all, we were just talking about Daryl. He's back. My first thought looking at this is that Daryl must have checked the game a little bit, maybe directly after, on the phone during the meeting. I respect it because this Queen A5 move is a little bit different and it looks quite good to me. Maybe even Knight E4 here, Anna, trying to take this knight, or back to usual with E5, Bishop E7.
I like it. And I like the dedication that Daryl, even though he had to attend a really important business meeting, he still found the time to maybe chat to his coach, Grandmaster Robert Hess, for a minute and see what he can improve. So this is an improvement in comparison to their previous game. And will we see an improvement from SonicFox? Because they will need to react to the spin. And so they choose to go Queen B3, defending the knight. I think that's a good decision here. Defending and also attacking at the same time Black's pawn.
Yep, the B7 pawn on the top left of your screen there is hanging for Daryl. Needs to watch that one. And then also on the right side, we have 2 games going at the same time. There's a pretty big moment here because look at that. The pawn is hanging. Look at that evaluation bar. It's all the way up the screen, which means a big advantage for white.
And this was again the cow opening, of course, by Tyler, but Sparg0 came so well prepared with the white pieces against the cow opening that he is winning that pawn. He's about to grab it and he's just maybe calculating if there's anything wrong with it. It's, of course, a very tempting move, and it was the whole point of this early pawn push by white to open up the diagonal for the bishop, take that knight on g6, and now attack it and win it.
I really like the adjustment from Daryl in this game. The opening looks solid. You have the bishop pair. The only thing that needs to be done, though, is making sure to develop that dark squared bishop. That bishop on f8 right beside, hugging the black king for Daryl. Got to get that out of the way so that you can castle to safety.
Yes, great adjustments indeed. This is such a good setup. Black with the pair of bishops fighting against white, having more space for now and more development, but it's a very slow start. It's everything protected and solid in Black's position.
Yeah, and I once again am looking at this game. Sparg0 on the right side of your screen. Really, really good move to bring the knight in first. Quite impressed by this. And now if the queen jumps in, takes that pawn with check, this might be the next move by Sparg0, and it is. This is absolutely devastating.
It is devastating because with the knight on g5, you can no longer block the check with the queen. What a foresight by Sparg0, and having the patience of not capturing that hanging pawn. Now, after the king moves, he can give a check with the knight. If he captures Black's pawn, that's checkmate, other than the only move being for Black to sacrifice the queen for that knight.
Yeah, let's actually jump right on that game because, oh, it's actually even happening. Look at this. What a game from Sparg0. And by the way, we're very close to a potential checkmate in this one. I just want to go a couple moves back and highlight this really beautiful move. You could just take the pawn with check. A lot of us would. But then Tyler would maybe trade the queens, and it's a much different story here. You have a better position, but not as good. The foresight to play knight here first to prevent queen f7, knowing that you'll take the pawn on the next turn, was what wins the queen for Sparg0. This was a well-calculated variation, and bishop g5. Anna, this is pure domination.
Oh
rook in the corner.
my. The cow opening being busted here. This is now winning the rook in the corner indeed. Tyler1 must not be enjoying this. I think we should listen in and hear his thoughts. Actually, we are too late because Tyler has resigned and Sparg0 celebrating.
Fucking go! You guys have absolutely no idea how much I prepared for this. Absanity, if you're in chat, thank you so much for the preparation. Bro, let's go!
I love that. And hearing that little behind the scenes, it's something that we knew was true, right? We knew that was
You played so well both games. Thank you, bro. I prepared so hard for this.
Amazing.
I swear I've memorized so many lines.
The hard-fought and hard-working preparation of Sparg0. Tyler1 goes down in that quarterfinal matchup, is now knocked out of the tournament, while for Sparg0, he makes it through, advances to the semifinals. Who else will go to the semifinals depends on this tiebreaker between SonicFox and Daryl Morey. Let's check in with the current situation, Amon, and what has changed since the opening.
Yeah, the situation here is a little bit similar to most Daryl Morey games. Waiting too long to castle, I think, is the summary. Because if I'm backing up here, everything is pretty okay. Maybe bishop f6, maybe rook into the middle. But what we've got is a situation where he was concerned about maybe a tactic, which meant that we saw e4 again, very similar to the last game they played. But just could not find a way to defend it before castling, and now losing a pawn in the center. Advantage to Sonic in this one.
Advantage again with that pawn disappearing, as you mentioned, so it's an extra pawn for Sonic. The good news for Daryl is that he does have some features in the position that favor him. For instance, the pair of bishops can be really powerful, especially when the position opens up more, and white has doubled pawns, which sometimes is making it a lot harder to create pass pawns. Daryl pushing in the center to chase the knight away, and I think this immediately gives him the initiative. The knight retreating was perhaps not the best move for Sonic.
Yeah, knight d2, I mean, it's a fine move, but it does give an opportunity for Daryl, and I think that opportunity was queen g3. And I'm just going to take a second to go back and show this move, queen g3, because it comes with so many threats. Number one, bishop takes h3. Number two, queen takes e3, check. Number three, bishop d6, threatening checkmate. That move right there could have been a game-winning move.
It could have been a really powerful move indeed. Bishop to d6 also is targeting the white king, but usually with the bishop and queen, you want the queen to be leading the party to threaten checkmate. If it was the queen where the bishop is and bishop where the queen swapped around, that would be threatening checkmate on h2 right next to the white king. But because it's not that order, it's the bishop leading, it's only a check that black is threatening. Sonic, though, plays a move that again is criticized by the computer. The computer is so harsh.
Yeah, the computer is pretty harsh. That's a little bit rough. But you know what? These checks are moves that you only want to play if there's a follow-up. So if you're just checking because, hey, it's possible to check, that's usually not good enough of a reason. And in this case, it kind of looks like that.
It does, and now we do have a trade of the light squared bishops. The queen takes on g4. This is still material advantage for Sonic with the extra pawn, but now Sonic's pieces are also have gotten more active. The queen is very well placed on g4, and the knight has potential routes into black's camp, while the black bishop, the bishop of Daryl on h2, is not doing anything. You will need to retreat it. at some point you're going to need to
Exactly.
bring it back because it's a problem. You have to hold on to the protection of it.
Exactly. No, the bishop is covering the square, but when there's only one bishop left, no knight, for example, that can arrive on the g3 square, the white king is 100% safe. What you need is these pieces. You actually want to flip them around because the way they are right now is not correct. You had an idea in the previous attacking game from Daryl. These pieces were swapped.
So he knows the idea and he might go for that idea down the line, and that could be something that will be dangerous for Sonic to face if Daryl finds a way to swap those pieces around. At the same time, every move takes a tempo. It takes time to play those moves, and Sonic now with the initiative captures the central pawn. I'm expecting Daryl to take back on d5, but maybe Sonic's idea was to give that check that you're marking him on, and that will pick up the pawn on d5. It will win a second pawn.
Exactly. Queen e6. That's a fork at the end of the day. Now, the one thing that maybe Sonic needs to be careful of is that you might think, oh, I'm never going to get checkmated because I've got an escape square. Well, that's not the case. So just watch out for back rank mate, but otherwise, with a minute to 45 seconds, we are now going to get into the really delicate phase of the game where one mistake could cost you in a time scramble.
And for both of them, this low time is, of course, even harder with the increment being very short. It's only 3 seconds in the sudden death format that we see here in the tiebreaker. So 3 seconds per move is the increment. That's such a little time to even grab something with the mouse. I'm in particular very slow. I don't think I can make a move in 3 seconds. Mouse handling skills, so important.
Exactly. You think like, oh, I've got 5 seconds. It feels like enough time, but the pressure of the moment can catch up to you quickly. I like this move from Daryl because rook b7 was dangerous. Next, maybe rook to d8. And maybe queen e7 to finally try to flip this queen and bishop around. If that happens, Anna, watch out for SonicFox.
Yeah, I think it could happen. The rook is now on the same file as the queen. Unfortunately for Daryl, there are no checks with the bishop that could win the queen, but it's still a good idea to set up a discovered attack.
Okay, there's a good move. I do think rook takes makes sense. Are we going to see rook f1? Trading all the rooks is a good way to try to protect your own king.
I think we will. I think Sonic realizes that with 2 extra pawns, trades favor them. Knight e4 is also logical to target the bishop.
And again, if pawn to c5, okay, going for a queen trade, this is interesting because it really ruins the pawn structure, but let's see if Daryl is willing to trade the queens knowing that he's down the material.
Not an easy one, but he goes for it. He realizes that it is worth it to damage the opponent's pawn structure. And now it is still 2 extra pawns for white, but those pawns are weaker, doubled and isolated.
Yeah, h6, an escape square for black makes perfect sense. After rook c8, I do like the move knight d6, because if you take it thinking you're winning the pawn, especially with 4 seconds, that could be a big mistake and an even bigger one.
Oh no, another knight fork, and they missed! The knight fork has been missed by both of them. I think Daryl noticed it because Daryl set back, and I think that was the moment when it hit him. So he knows, he stepped out of it, he's bringing his king, everything is okay now.
No!
Except the time. Oh no, Daryl ran out of time. That is a heartbreak. That was such a well-fought game. It was the time in the end. Oh man.
Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow. And you know that it's a game you could see yourself potentially winning, making a comeback in, but it has been something that Daryl's had to deal with in all of his games, being too low on time. So, as sad as it is kind of a fitting end to a problem that he's been dealing with the entire event.
Yeah, it has been the story, unfortunately. I can so feel and relate to Daryl's problem with time management. I also prefer longer games, longer rapid or classical chess. But the format for SuperPogChamps is 10 minutes with a 5-second increment, and the tiebreaks are even shorter. This has been the constellation bracket, the quarterfinals. It is now set in stone. Who are our qualifiers? The semifinals will see Voyboy against Sparg0, who beat Tyler1. in a very impressive fashion, beating the cow opening, especially with the white pieces. That was a crushing attack. And SonicFox now qualifies through the tie breaks against Daryl Morey and will be facing Will Benson in the semifinals.
Exactly right. We have we'll get to see action tomorrow in the semifinals between those players that received a bye. So we didn't see them in action today, and what we did see was Sparg0 indicating that he had just put so much work and study into chess ahead of this tournament, not necessarily in that exact line, but when you pour a lot of effort into something, it's really nice to see it rewarded, and you can tell it meant something to him to take down Tyler 2-0. Really impressive. And I think the winners today, Sonic and Sparg0, really deserved it. And Sonic obviously had to work extra hard. Taking it all the way to tie breaks was Daryl. That was the closest match of the day.
It was very close, and I'm so impressed with Daryl, how he made a comeback in a really tough match where Sonic played near perfect chess. He played so accurately, was very high-level chess. Daryl made a comeback, and then he also had to make a comeback from his business meeting to play the tiebreaks. So we appreciate the dedication, and we appreciate that the president of the Sixers always makes times for chess and always wants to be here. What a feat it has been to have Daryl compete in SuperPogChamps, and we hope to see him in future chess events. And the same goes to Tyler1, of course, the biggest grinder in the chess world. We want to see him compete and continue with his passion for chess.
100%. Yeah, Tyler, really impressive to me, what he's been able to achieve literally on his own in chess. Pretty much unprecedented, because anyone else I've seen improve like that always has, some outside assistance and coaching and whatnot. So amazing to see. But like I said, maybe that style is suited more for random opponents that just don't know what he's up to, because probably need to be better prepared himself if he's going against players who are preparing for his opening in particular. So tough to see Daryl and Tyler exit the competition, but some great matchups today, and obviously some very deserving winners, Anna.
Very deserving winners, and this is not even the end of today's action. We're gonna take a short break, but when the broadcast is back with two new hosts, we are signing off here with a mom, but the show is not ending because the quarterfinals continue. The championship bracket, Linda Diaz facing Sardoche, and of course Andrea Botes against Wirtual will be the cherry on the top of that beautiful chess cake. Amon, it has been such an honor and pleasure to host the show with you, and I hope that we'll be back at future events. You'll be here tomorrow for the semifinals and the finals with Alexandra Botes, and I will be watching for sure with popcorn in hand.
Amazing. Yep, I'll see everyone tomorrow, but you guys have a lot more entertainment from the championship quarterfinals coming right up.
We'll take a short break and then continue with the rest of the show. See you on the other end of this break with the rest of the quarterfinals here at SuperPogChamps.
Ooh, I think that Andrea is definitely going to be my toughest opponent. I've played her before, and I know she's a good player. Our game, I think she would agree, was not her best chess, but I saw her play throughout the tournament, and I've also just known her play in general, and I know that she has a competitive chess history, so I just have a feeling, plus the fact that she's also one of the top players in the tournament, I just have a feeling she's really coming for it, she wants it. Well, that's why I said Sardoche. I'm not paying attention to really what other people are doing. I'm really trying to focus on what I'm doing and what I can control. But I've heard that he plays a lot of chess. So I think it would be between him and Andrea as well. And also I hear Tyler1 is really likes to win. And that is an important trait for a rapid player. I would love to play Tyler1 in the finals. If I could pick one person to win against in the finals, I think it'd be very validating to beat Andrea. Sorry, love you, girl. That would be great. That'd be a great feeling. But that being said, I kind of just want to play Tyler1. I want to know. It's a lot. I do think the one thing that I would say everyone has in common is that they're very driven. We all do things in our professional careers where you really have to focus and have a lot of confidence and self-belief and positive self-talk. So I think my mindset is something that I'm really paying attention to, aside from just like prepping and doing puzzles, like keeping my mind sharp. But I think feeling confident is definitely the biggest thing that I want to focus on, because I feel like everybody in this room knows what it takes to go into a situation where you are not like the top seed or even the third seed and really go for that win. So yeah, I think it's a room of competitors.
I mean, I do have fond memories because I played a lot. I played in summer camp, but then I got really into it in high school. I was on a chess club, so we definitely played a long time. I was actually a more hardcore bug house player. I'd go to clubs and then we played bug house a lot of times, and I was really good at bug house because I used to play shogi as well, which is a Japanese version of chess. So it was a little bit of reminiscent of that, where I could actually reuse my pieces. So Crazy House, I guess, is like that. I think the memories are just like, going to that first tournament. I did go to a tournament, and then like it was like an amateur open or something. I forgot what it was, but it's like, and then just having to record and playing with people like you never met before, and it was a very interesting experience, I have to say.
I believe it's there's a basketball GM in it, right? That's who I want to play. Yeah, because I'm gonna do some some side conversation to see if I can get in the front office. I mean, the last time I checked, I was well over 10,000 games, and I play a lot. Bro, I could be fabricating, but I don't think that I am. I'm almost certain I'm over 10,000. I play a lot.
And welcome back, everyone, to SuperPogChamps. I'm really excited to be here. We are going to be also joined by my co-commentator, Women Grandmaster Dina Belinkaya, as well as the one and only Rain Wilson. How are you doing today, Rain?
I am doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, and I hope Dina is also enjoying it here. We are going to be taking over the second half of today's commentary, but before we jump into the games, we also wanted to bring you a conversation around Lide, which is Rain Wilson's charity. So thank you very much, Rain, for taking time out of your day, as well as, you know, supporting such a great cause. Thank you very much.
You know what? I love Chess.com. I love PogChamps. I love SuperPog Champs, although I was not invited. Maybe I'm just too good. I don't know.
Must be the reason.
That must be the reason, yeah. You know, I'm so grateful for Chess.com. I've done a couple of fundraisers for our nonprofit, Lide Haiti. That is an educational nonprofit for women and girls in remote rural areas of Haiti. And we've been bringing chess to the almost 900 young women and girls that we work with, as well as other educational opportunities. And I think there's some ways for folks to donate, and Chess.com has been very generous in supporting Lide as well.
Thank you very much for your initiative. And for everybody who is here in the community, if you're on chess.com right now, you can do !Lide to see how you can also support the charity, and it goes to a great cause. I also heard that you've been to Haiti a couple of times yourself, and you know, you've really been hands-on with the entire experience yourself. So how has that been like?
I have been to Haiti a good 20 or 30 times over the years. But Haiti is in a world of pain right now. Gangs have overrun much of the country, kind of control most of the capital city, and making travel there almost impossible. Although we might take a trip this next year, and it's really tough, man. The Haitian people are brilliant, wise, kind. They're really super successful immigrant stories. When Haitians come to the United States, they become doctors and lawyers and entrepreneurs. The arts in Haiti is crazy. The food is great. The culture is amazing. And I'm happy to support the great country of Haiti and the women and girls of Lide. And yeah, I've been down there tons of times teaching theater, teaching improv. My wife teaches storytelling, poetry, writing, and we've done a bunch of chess too. And we've introduced them to chess and brought some chess masters to help train the girls. There's girls that don't even own shoes sitting in the dirt with chessboards, and they're pretty damn good, I got to tell you.
Thank you.
Well, that's the beauty of chess. It's for any gender, for any place. You literally don't need anything to play chess.
Yeah.
This is exactly right. Yeah. And we are also diving into our match here between Sardoche and Linda. I hope you both are very excited about this, because we are going to be going into, you guys had the consolation brackets, so this is going to be exciting. The winner will be advancing to the semifinals.
I have a certain stake in this. Who's Sardoche playing? I can't. Oh, Linda. I can't see. It's so small. Sardoche beat me in the final seconds of the PogChamps, giving me second place. That was like 4 years ago or something like that. He's pretty good, and I know he's been working very hard on it as well. But I gotta root for Linda. What's Linda's story? I'm not familiar.
So
Linda is. I'll let Dina go, because I believe Dina might have actually coached Linda recently.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
okay.
I did. We're preparing today. I'm not gonna hide. We're preparing like 3 hours ago to Sardoche and his opening. So I'm gonna take the opposite side here and root for her. Linda is actually one of the very few chess players from the start. Originally, she has played chess her whole childhood. She has competed in various US championships, and she's from New York, so very known in the chess scene there. And as growing up, she decided to take another path and became a professional musician. Can I say so?
Musician,
Yes.
yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
And now she's back competing again in the SuperPogChamps.
Amazing.
Linda is a very talented human being. Absolutely.
So what is this opening? This is like a King's Indian opening for white that Sardoche is doing. It looks pretty solid, pretty kind of basic and solid, kind of get you into the mid game kind of easily. What do you guys think?
It's anything but not the King's Indian.
Oh no, it's not King's. It's not King because he fianchettoed on the other side. So
I don't blame you for that. It looks like that may be reversed if you've reversed it for white pieces and then flipped it horizontally. So it does kind of remind me of that, but it's the Nimzo Larsen, I believe. He likes to play move 1b3 or these type of setups.
Yeah. 1b3 is definitely an opening for those who want to confuse the other in the opening. So we'll give Sardoche credit for that. But essentially, I personally would not recommend something like this because you do not take control of the center. As you can see, none of the white pawns are in the center. Linda, on the other hand, has a beautiful center with d5 and the c5 pawns. And pretty much black has all the pieces out. Yet, you will see that the eval bar is giving a slight advantage to white. And that's probably if you make a count mathematically. Seems like black is missing a pawn.
Black is missing a pawn, and I mean, we know that in SuperPogChamps, both players are quite strong. We don't need to get into the nitty-gritty of it, but both players are in their 2000s, and they have a lot of competitive play. I do believe in a position like this, being up material is good. Obviously, Black does have some compensation. She has the pair bishops, but being up a pawn is not nothing. That's for sure. This is going to be a pretty interesting position to play for Linda. Rain, do you have a personal preference when it comes to playing chess? Do you like having the initiative? Do you like having a little, counterplay? Or do you like just being up material and be like, I'm up. I have some advantage. I can play with this.
I play similar setups, and Grant, I am a very middling, mediocre talent. I think my rating is somewhere like 1,300, 1,400, something like that. But I like white and Sardoche here often surrender the middle for development and try and attack, bring my attack kind of late in the middle game. The Pirc, is that how you say it? Pirc, P-I-R-C, Pirc.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't even know how to pronounce it. That's kind of what I was working with black, and then it's hard because if I overextend, then I get my butt kicked. So sometimes I'll kind of sit in a little bit more of a defensive crouch and kind of look for some kind of weakness to open up. So what now? He's getting his queen back there.
Getting out of that pin along the diagonal. Just doesn't want to. I don't know. I mean, it's not that the bishop was necessarily going to cause too much mayhem, but it can be always good to be a little prophylactic and make sure you're not at risk of losing anything. A couple of retreating moves for both players here, as well as Linda does move the knight over to d7, perhaps with the idea of playing bishop to f6. Trading off this diagonal that's on the long diagonal, this bishop that's on the long diagonal. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that's a smart move for her.
Yeah,
I was for a second wondering if the queen on f1 was actually a queen and not a bishop, because sometimes you might consider that, but I would say it's a little bit weird here, but a pawn is a pawn, so white still has an advantage. And I love your suggestion, Nemo, repairing bishop f6, definitely neutralizing the super active white's bishop on b2.
Speaking of PogChamps, Rain, are you organizing any chess tournaments in Haiti potentially?
That would be great. You know, I wish Haiti was in a situation to have a tournament. That would be super fun to do. You'd have to do it in Port-au-Prince in the capital city, but it's just too dangerous right now. But you know, I think that would be super fun and get a lot of nice press and bring people in and give some positive press to the country of Haiti. So, but it's really a joy with Lide to be teaching these girls chess and seeing how it lights them up, you know. And most of the girls that we work with, you know, work in the farms and work in the markets and raise the kids. So even about half of them are in school, and so just getting a chance to kind of flex their brains in a way is really exciting for them to watch. And they're naturally competitive. Haitians are great at soccer. In fact, the Haiti national team is going to the World Cup in the Americas. So they're so passionate about soccer there. And oh, look, there's a QR code. If you guys, I know chess players are very generous folk and want to support. Our education was very important to all of us. So please support folks that are having a hard time getting an education. That would be really generous and meaningful.
Thank you, Rain. And also thank you to everybody in chat who are here watching us for SuperPogChamps, and also everybody who has donated. We really do appreciate it. And it does mean a lot to, you know, us as a community to support people who are in need. And like Dina said earlier, chess is a game that is literally for everybody. All you really need is a chessboard and some pieces. And then, you know, you have a game going. So thank you very much.
Exactly. So what's happening here? We got a little action in the middle of the board.
Yeah, we actually got this bishop that moved not to f6 as we were thinking, but instead to d6, and kind of, you know, trying to hit this diagonal over here, maybe kind of looking at the king, although none of the other pieces would be helpful. Sometimes take a better control of the center, like white could potentially prepare e5, even push e5 if I calculated correctly. Yeah, there might be some e5 here with the pawn confusing a bit, but Linda is getting lower on time, not that much lower, maybe like a minute lower. So she gotta move, she gotta keep up the tempo, not be too much behind Sardoche.
Yeah, do you think that Linda typically has a little bit of a difficulty with time? Because I've been watching Sardoche's games yesterday as well in the qualifying rounds. He tends to garner a little bit of a time advantage over his opponents. So I'm not sure if this might be Sardoche playing a little faster, or perhaps Linda just tends to be a thinker.
Yeah, sometimes it can also be just a confidence thing, right? You're not exactly sure of yourself. There's a lot of stress, so you're kind of taking, you know, extra breaths and trying to kind of you know, not freak out too much whenever you're playing SuperPogChamps. I can totally, I mean, I'm sure we all can relate. Right now, by the way, this e5 is an interesting move because you'd think it's an active move, but in fact, I could sometimes see the possibility of it also blocking the bishop, the white's bishop, so actually also being a burden or kind of like stopping your own pieces. But overall, the situation seems a little bit calm for now. Maybe we would love to have a little bit more action.
Yeah, I do think action would perhaps benefit Linda in this position. She does have that bishop on b8 now, which can maybe lead to like a queen c7. Looking down that diagonal, there is that hole open on h2. Obviously, Sardoche is quite solid, so I'm not saying anybody here is going to blunder checkmate, but when you are down material, you usually want to try to make something happen, because otherwise you're just kind of like walking into this really not so fun endgame, perhaps. Whereas, you know, if you can also get a draw with the black pieces here with Linda and then push for that win as white, it's also not too bad. But I also wanted to address some comments in the chat. This is, in fact, not the constellation bracket. We are aware it does say that up top. I'm sure the producers are working on it. But this is, in fact, the quarterfinals. Whoever does win here is going to play against Masi Oka in the semifinals. And if I'm not wrong, Masaoka absolutely dominated Group A on the very first day with a 2,000 FIDE rating, which is insane stuff. So got some good games.
I've known Mossy for a very
Yeah.
long time. When I was on The Office, he was on a show called Heroes, which is a terrific show. That's kind of what made him a TV star. And we played a little chess and, ooh, okay. The computer says question mark about that move.
Yeah, there is a little bit of inaccuracy here in this knight move, and essentially it's probably because now the rook has to go because black did attack for the rook, and when the rook goes, there is this knight on f3 that's not protected, so Linda will be able to grab it with her bishop right after and destroy the pawn structure for white, and potentially also get to this e5 pawn later on.
Yeah, if bishop takes f3 here, or g takes f3, Dina, do you think that black can just play knight takes e5? I know we might be looking at like rook e1.
Yeah. I would love to see that, although, no, actually it's probably, yeah, we just gotta be careful with all this doubling the rooks, right?
Pawn. Yeah.
But you can probably take with the rook. If knight takes knight, you take back with the rook, and then you're fine. Just don't take back with the bishop, because then you would have this fork on f4.
For sure. And I think this is a really comfortable position for black to play. I know the eval bar currently says it's equal. However, if you take a look at the position, sort of like objectively, oh my gosh, that is a blunder. Queen to e2 with the double question mark. And right off the bat, it doesn't look like you're losing anything. Like you might be thinking, okay, but this doesn't lose a piece, doesn't lose a pawn. Why is this a double question mark? However, you got to remember the white king is fully exposed, like so exposed. That pawn on g2 is now on f3. So black can simply play queen to c8. Linda can just swing that queen over and start attacking on the king side.
I will say though, this move is pretty much impossible to find. Like it's so hard. I would not see where Linda would do it.
I was going to say the same thing. I don't know that I would, in this position, I don't know that I would see that swinging the queen in that way. I would be so focused on, you know, my knight in the center of the board and center control.
What is happening though if we protect the knight?
f6. Ooh.
Oh my god.
Okay, f5. I like
This
the
is
idea.
just a blunder.
I like the idea. Linda's definitely thinking if the rook moves away right now, right? If it goes to f4 or h4, then there's like discovered attacks with knight takes c4. But unfortunately, Sardoche can take the knight on e5 with his rook, and he finds it.
Oh, but the idea was that the queen would be pinned, like the knight would be pinned, right? That's the idea. So technically there is still a hope, but anytime you're coming after this knight, then there would be like a pawn on f4 protecting it, and then there is nothing. No
And this
follow-up
is just,
whatsoever.
Yeah, turned that pawn that was on f3 that was so bad because, you know, you had just weakened your kingside structure. Now it's actually a really good pawn because it's reinforcing your center and it's defending that knight on its outpost on e5, which makes this game very difficult for black to play because knights in the center are able to hit all 8 squares, right? That's why your coaches tell you to put your knight on the center and not on the rim. So this is going to be a slightly tough situation.
And for those who were following all the math counts, it's actually 2 pieces for a rook, which is so much better because you have 2 pieces, even though some people might think, oh, the rook, but it's like stronger than the knight and stronger than the bishop, and it's like the rook. But no, it's the rook for 2 pieces, and 2 pieces will always be stronger than the rook, except maybe in some endgames whenever
So
2 grandmasters
what's her hope? What's her way out of this? Is it sliding the rook over and attacking kingside? Because that knight is...
You gotta try something, right? But unfortunately, it's not easy because like the knight is controlling this g6 square, so the rook cannot even come here. So the only attempt would be to put the rook on h6 and then kind of try to go after this h3 pawn. But still, it's not much, honestly. I mean, at this point, Linda just has to stay in the game, maybe bring her queen, and that probably was the problem from the start, that the queen was so far away.
The queen is a little bit out of the game, and you don't want to have parts of your army kind of scatter around. But I would say you know, going for like rook to h6, queen c8, queen 2, perhaps e8, and then going like queen h5. That's one of Linda's few ideas because it's really hard to break through in this position. Perhaps she can look at a g5 pawn push at some point, just to weaken that pawn on f4, but then that also weakens black's king. So it's a really good question, right? It's just it's a little tough here for black to play just because of how strong white's center currently is.
Yeah, but still, it's never over until it's over, and especially at this level, I can tell you that anything is possible. Like,
oh yeah,
I mean, no disrespect to the guys, but it's chess and it's getting low on time, so I'm still here for the action. Right now, queen f7 is a huge threat. It would be a double attack to the king and to the rook, actually a triple attack because it would also threaten the mate. And black really, really, really has to bring their queen to c8 to protect everything there.
Yep. You
I
gotta
hope she
make sure
sees
queen
it.
f7, queen f8. Yeah, I'm sure she is going to see it. I'm confident she is.
G6
Right,
is not as bad. It's not the worst thing to happen. You protect from the threats and you attack the queen. So maybe Sardoche is gonna forget about the queen and, you know, could also happen. You gotta try
Rain,
something.
if you were playing white here, what would your plan be? A little pop quiz for our guest commentator.
I would push that the pawn on the H file and just keep up that attack. And his rook's not doing him any favors over on A1, so he's got to his bishop's stifled, so he's got to bring that rook in and push the pawn. So I would do
really like that.
king to H2, and then slide the rook over, and then start push that H file pawn.
Oh,
It
why
doesn't
did he hurt
hurt
you?
Wow.
Amazing.
That's awesome.
I
I love
would've-
the way that you broke down the position. Yes.
I don't know why he didn't go to H2.
I think he didn't want to go to H2 is maybe because he was afraid of sacrifices at some point on E5, and he just doesn't want to be on that diagonal where the opponent's queen can go to, whereas on H1, it's very hard to attack. But I think H2 would have been totally fine for your own, you know.
Yeah.
If you ever end up in a similar position,
Linda
H2
is going safe as well.
Yep.
King G7 played by black, going safe, you know, protecting all the squares with the king here. Up, rook G1, and now we have queen D8, offering the queen trade. I will say this is probably good for black. It's good for black because less threats for the king, you know. And then, as we said, this bishop is still a little bit a little weird. Yeah, you don't know how to use it. It's out of the game.
Hey,
Yeah,
folks,
I
I'm going to have
say-
to take off, but listen, it was so nice commentating with you guys. You're terrific and knowledgeable, and thank you very much to Chess.com and SuperPog Champs for supporting Lide Haiti, and I hope all the viewers will check out what we're doing in terms of education for some of the neediest populations out there, and it's been a lot of fun, and just thank you to you two as well. So nice to meet you.
Thank you very much, Ryan. We really
Likewise.
appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
All right.
We'll let you go.
I'm going to watch at home. Come on, Linda. I'm rooting for you, Linda. Let's go.
Let's go, Linda.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you
Now
so
we're
much, Ryan.
talking. Thank you. I like how
Well,
he changed his mind right after
Yeah.
you know, seeing his
No, I
boy
think-
winning. Now he's like, okay, I'm going to just pretend that I'm rooting for
No,
Linda.
no. Dina, I think he said that he was supporting Linda because Sardoche beat him in PogChamps 3. I think that's what he said. He was supporting Linda from the start.
Oh,
I'm pretty
right.
sure.
That's true.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm
well.
like
Yeah, he
90%
did say
sure.
that.
So, but
Yeah.
you know, it's okay. We corrected everything at the end, anyways. And for everybody in chat as well, huge thank you to Rain and huge thank you to all of you guys for supporting SuperPog Champs and supporting Lide. So make sure you guys are also checking out !LIDE.
I fear I crashed.
Helping
Well,
out
as much as
some-
both people were rooting for Lindo, she's actually having a hard time, very hard time here with her. She actually had to sacrifice an exchange, and now this pawn is gonna go to the queen.
Yeah, I think the potential chance in that endgame, I'm not even sure if it was doable, was to just sort of hold the position and wait it out. But obviously that's really tough to do when you're down material and your opponent does have space. So this is quite an unfortunate first game for Linda. But hopefully she'll bounce back in the next game where she plays white. And also, it's never over until it's over, right? We've seen stalemates happen.
That's
We've seen
true.
all sorts of tricks
Oh,
happen.
we just wait. Whoa! Oh my god! Just trade! Oh my god! Just rook to 6 check. Sorry.
No, you're good. So what's going to happen here
You
is
gotta
that
put the king into the opposite side, sweetheart. Oh, but she's winning the pawn.
she's winning the pawn. It doesn't matter. None of that matters, Dina. The only thing that matters now is that Linda can hold this position, this endgame, to a draw, because Sardoche is going to have to give up the pawn on a2, because if you give up the bishop, rook pawns are always a draw. Well, like, okay, don't take this into court, but 98% of the time a draw. And this is a fork currently. So once the bishop moves, because you're going to save that bishop, a bishop rook king versus rook king endgame is a theoretical draw. Like, you can play that position out as many times as you want, but this is 100% a draw.
Yeah. And now I have 2 questions for our players. Question number 1, does Sardoche know how to try to play for a win? And question number 2, does Linda know how to make a fortress? And to be honest with you, Nemo, I think the answer is negative to both of these questions.
I think it's a no to both. I mean, how often are you going to look at a rook bishop versus rook endgame? Do you know? When's the last time you looked at a rook bishop versus rook endgame?
I actually had it at least 2 times in my classical over the board games, but it's definitely not an endgame you want to look at when you are 2000 rated on Chess.com. No, not this year, but like throughout some years. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, that's kind of what that was kind of my point, is that you probably looked at this endgame maybe like twice ever in your lifetime. And you know, we've both been playing chess for a really long time. Sardoche has not quite, and Linda probably hasn't been as busy with her classical chess. So this is not a position that either player is really going to come into very often. And both players have quite a lot of time. So we might see this endgame played out for like ever until we reach 50 moves.
So the basic plan for black, the easiest thing to do is to somehow trick white into trading the rooks. That would be the draw right away. Or you can just hold 50 moves without any pawn moves or trades. And if you manage to do that, then it's going to be a draw.
It's going to be a draw. So Linda just needs to keep dragging the game out. Basically, Sardoche needs to push the opponent's king, obviously, onto the back rank like you would do for a normal game. But
yeah,
I see a face palm coming in from Dina, but
no, yeah, I was just imagining already the blunder. Just the fortress is in fact to keep the king and the rook on the color opposite to the bishop of your opponent's bishop, right? And also to try not to be squeezed to the
No! Oh my gosh, no, that's just checkmate. Wait. Why did this game end so quickly? We were literally we didn't even have time for Dina's explanation.
Okay, I actually don't want to. Oh. I can't play this game anymore, guys.
Oh no, I feel so bad for Linda.
I can't play this game anymore.
Et c'est parti.
I can't fucking do it, guys.
Oh, your co-commentators are very, very sorry for that jump scare. But that position jump scared, I think, both of us just so much, because it didn't even have a chance for Dina to finish her sentence. And I don't know why the last moves were played so fast, but we were just talking about how Sardoche wants to push that king into your normal checkmate position, right? With a king rook, you just want to push that king onto the back rank over there. Obviously, when your opponent has a rook, it's a little different, but in this case, Sardoche has that bishop to help him, right? So Linda had to find some way, which I actually don't know, so maybe we'll have Dina finish her thought there before we jump scared you guys. But yeah, that was perhaps played a touch too fast. by both parties at multiple moments.
Yeah, way too fast. They both had 2 and 3 minutes on the clock each, and those moments were getting really dangerous, right? With the king getting pushed to the border. That's literally the only way how you can get in trouble. But anyway, this is a new game, and we're having a Sicilian, and I have no freaking clue why Linda is playing open Sicilian, because we have prepared closed Sicilian literally 3 hours ago. Yeah, I was just, sitting on the rooftop, beautiful rooftop of Cape Town, looking at this. Is it Atlantic Ocean or it's already
I think
South Ocean? What is it called? How's that?
Antarctic Ocean? I have no idea. Pacific?
No, like the one that is
maybe?
in front of the South Pole.
Maybe it's still the Atlantic. I don't know. But yes, regardless, to your story, yes, beautiful views in Cape Town.
We were looking at the closed Sicilian. Why is this position open?
Why is this an open position? I can't.
I actually have an answer for you, Nemo. I have my worry is that Linda tilted so hard that she just blitzed out all the moves that she would normally do, which are not the thing that we prepared for this opponent.
Yes, I definitely can agree with you that this would be a position that if I was the coach of, and I saw my student playing something completely different, would probably not be too happy about it either. However, we are here now, and Linda is playing an open Sicilian. This does give Black a quite comfortable position. That half-open B file is a really obvious candidate for an attack on. You can just sort of double your rooks or put your pieces there to attack that B2 pawn. It also gives Black quite a strong center with that D5 and E6 pawn structure. So I'm not loving this, obviously. Linda might be playing something she's a little more familiar with after a heartbreaking first game loss. So I can't fault her for that, but this is certainly not making her must-win situation easier.
Yeah. Well, Rook B1 is a good move to kind of defend against the danger that Nemo was describing. Potentially walk out of the pin here and maybe even push the pawn on B4. Because kind of, trying to use your strength, which is a pass pawn, potential pass pawn in the endgame, and kind of play on the fact that Black's bishop is still passive here with the pawns and still not develops. But yes, I do agree that Black has in general way more comfortable position.
Yeah. The eval bar might say this position is completely equal, but at the end of the day, the players don't have an eval bar. The players don't have an engine. They don't know that. It's all going off of vibes, right? And this is just a very natural position for Black to sort of play. You've got a very clear target on B2. You've got the center. You do need to be a little bit careful to not get your rook trapped at any given point to lose that exchange. And Sardoche has decided to not move his bishop, queen, or rook yet. So we'll see about that. There's opportunities here.
Yeah, and I will say the idea for white would be really to try super fast push b4 and something like that, unless I'm blundering. Yeah, like the juicy move bishop c5 is in the air kind of creates some problems with Black, but I actually wanted to highlight that a lot of it, as you said, Nemo, is like they don't know the eval bar, right? So a lot of it is actually also confidence, like you said, the vibe, right? Kind of like feeling that you have this game, you're gonna win, right? You're stronger than the other one. That's very important.
Yeah, for sure. We can also do a quick listen in on both of the players as well to sort of gauge what their vibes might be.
It's that's definitely not something to be worried. Indeed, you can then push e5. You can have a strong center. This pawn doesn't want to go anywhere. Maybe b pawn later, but again, like we already talked about, you need to have this pawn. Although I would say c5 is probably better than taking on d5, because you've taken d5, then just Black has all the good pieces. I mean, it's always easier to judge from the side, from the commentator chair.
Maybe b3 is white's best option here. If Black is going to keep the tension, maybe with the white pieces, Linda also should just keep the tension. It does really feel like if c takes d5, as you mentioned, it just helps the white light squared bishop come out. If c5, Sardoche gets such a strong center. So maybe b3, we're just going to keep everything as is. We're going to ask Sardoche, hey, what do you want to do in this position? And we will respond accordingly. Sometimes
Yeah. Actually, your move inspires me to suggest b4. Kind of same idea, but like a little bit more active. And if they don't do anything, then you can even continue with b5. But I assume you just expected b4 on Pazan, and then same
Yeah.
thing.
b4 would essentially just be a slightly improved version of b3. The end result is likely to be the same, but on the off chance your opponent doesn't take en passant, you do now have those, connected pass pawns, which Linda does need to have a little bit, needs to squeak out an edge somehow in this position. It is a must-win scenario, unfortunately, for Linda, being down 1 point. The winner of this quarterfinals does move on to play against Masaoka in the semifinals. So it is a big match. It's a really big match.
Yeah. So Linda takes the pawn on d5, which is like something that we suggested not to do. Oh, and Sardoche goes for the endgame. Interesting. Yeah, like as Nemo said, when you were in a must-win situation, you kind of want to play a little bit more,
You want to play,
aggressive.
yeah. You want to keep your queen on the board, I would say.
I got like completely puzzled because how do you protect a pawn?
Oh wait.
Yeah,
Wait.
your both pawns are attacked.
I didn't even think about that. Maybe that's why Sardoche went for the queen trade, because he calculated this line. Dina did mention Sardoche is extremely tactical. He not just tactical, he really likes to calculate lines out, like move for move, like an engine does, if that makes sense. Obviously, this is not to take away from his strategic thinking or anything like that, but he really enjoys that aspect of chess. And it looks like here, even though the engine is not saying this is a +1 position for black or anything, yeah, you're losing a pawn, right? Like it's probably a drawn endgame still, because you're going to eventually trade off. You're going to swap that A pawn for the A and B pawn from black, and then you're going to be left with that extra pawn on the E file. And having an extra pawn in the center of the board just isn't going to do that much for you in this type of endgame. But at the very least, black cannot lose. And that's not a situation that you want to get into with the white pieces, because you are playing for a win. You have to win in order to have a chance at the game 3. So in this case, we would have preferred to maybe see Linda not take on d5 and not trade that queen.
Yeah. This is painful to watch, and now Linda is thinking, but okay, honestly, she should continue again. Like, this is like, it's not over until it's over, right? So
yep,
kind of do something, maybe not a3, for example, because then you would end up losing both pawns, b2 and a3. But yeah, something like b3 maybe. Indeed. Oh, and she does it, I believe.
Yes.
She does it, yeah. So yeah, we're gonna have no chances, but you never know. Maybe like something
we saw
silly,
last game,
as
right?
silly as yeah, something as silly as a mouse slip could always happen. Yeah.
Yes, a mouse slip, Sardoche pre-moving like he did, but it looks like he's just gonna trade everything off, and perhaps we'll even offer a draw, because rook takes b3 is just offering another rook trade, and now you've got pair bishops and a rook. And it's very difficult to push this position for a win with the black pieces, which leads me to think he might not be trying to win at all. And that honestly can be kind of scary when you're playing against an opponent knowing you are in a must-win situation, but your opponent is not going to try to push, and they're just happy trading everything. It's kind of risky.
Yeah, yeah, I'm saddened, to be honest, but it is what it is. As a commentator, I have to stay unbiased. So hopefully the better chess player wins.
Yes. Or perhaps we could see another really exciting endgame in this situation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. If you're looking for some juice, I would recommend pushing the H pawn, maybe. Although Sardoche is thinking now, right? For Linda, like H4, H5, maybe H6, something like. Usually, when you start with H4, you expect them to respond with H5, kind of to like,
yeah,
stop your activity over there.
No more pawn pushing. We can also do a quick listen in to both of their streams. Linda has moved her lips. She hasn't done that as much this game.
C'est long quand même.
Oh no.
Seriously today.
Oh, Linda.
The most embarrassed I've ever been. Except for that time that Magnus's sister was playing a game next to mine, and he
Tour
came
là,
and looked
sinon.
at the board, and then he came and looked at my board.
Ah, c'est
I
pas
think
mal
it's
ça.
like between then.
C'est pas mal ça. Je laisse échanger les tours.
Well, at least Linda had a wholesome story to share with that. But if we can
Ah, ça, c'est
all
pas mal,
show
ça,
Linda a little support.
Ouais,
wait.
C'est un bon coup ça.
More likely a draw, I guess.
Bishop F1 could be a
Après,
trap.
faut voir.
I like that.
Heart, guys. It hurts my heart. My heart hurts.
Yeah, Linda, come on. You cannot resign. It's not over.
Especially
you
in
gotta fight till the
PogChamps.
end. Yeah, especially against Sardoche. Just kidding. Just kidding.
I do think that this is a tough position, but
Ouais, nice,
maybe we can
3
try
minutes,
some
hein.
tricks like you suggested.
3 minutes, c'est pas long.
There's
hein.
always opportunities. There's
reste
always
3,
a
hein.
risk of, background mate.
Si jamais après
maybe.
chaque tour que je fais échec, au lieu de faire fou F1, je vais avoir fou C4. Mais alors pour l'instant, je peux pas le faire. Parce qu'il y aura tour prend.
Nope. Ah.
No, just going for that rook trade. Yeah, like I said, I think Sardoche is unfortunately just going to trade everything off, and this is about as drawn endgames can go, especially swapping off another pair of bishops. You definitely don't want to take that with your light square bishop here because it does give black another pass pawn. And in this situation, I hope Linda is doing okay mentally and is still, fighting, which I'm sure she is, but you do still want to get that draw. If you want to get that draw, you just move the light square bishop away and then you ask your opponent, how do you improve? And it's very hard for black to improve. So it is at least a draw.
Yeah. I don't know how fighting Linda's spirit is right now, because listening to that stream, it seemed like she was really really disappointed in her performance. And as I said, while you're still in the game, it's not the time to draw any conclusions. You still gotta give your best, and who knows, maybe Sardoche would have pre-moved rook a1. There was still one little chance, bishop f1, set up some cute little things over there. But let's just continue with the game. I mean, I'm telling you, something is gonna happen here.
I certainly hope so. And for everybody else watching as well, it'll be a lot of fun if something else happened, obviously. Because we do want more games in our SuperPogChamps. And, I do really feel for Linda here. Sardoche has been so clinical this game. Got that tiny advantage, got that pawn, and knowing that he can just draw to go into the semifinals, has just decided to go for that. He's just like, he's going about this very professionally, which I can absolutely respect. And I do also think that when you're playing the white piece, when you're Linda in this situation, it is very unfortunate and it's a little tough because you understand that your opponent is okay with a draw, which lessens your own chances for winning because he's not going to try to overstep. He's not going to try to necessarily push for that pass pawn and potentially sacrifice anything. He's just going to play chess as it is.
Well, he's pushing something now, and I would really love to see Linda push her king on the other hand, because, like, it's an endgame. You gotta bring your king to the center.
King to e3 might potentially be faced with g5, f4 ideas. Sorry, my bad. Sardoche doesn't mind. He's just going to try to trade off the pieces.
Yeah,
but
sometimes when you're playing too passive, it might backfire. Like, for example, here, f4 is no longer possible because now, like, the king can take the pawn. So Linda's waiting a bit, saying, like, okay, are you going to play f4? What's going on here, right? And Sardoche is like, wait, but I really want to trade this bishop, so how do I do it? Oh, there is this annoying bishop 8, so maybe something like king e7. Yeah, sometimes it could also be Linda just really trying to piss off her opponent so that he is so annoyed that he tilts and, like, does some terrible mistake.
Yes. And I do think that anything can happen in PogChamps. Obviously, this is SuperPog Champs, so it's perhaps a little tougher for those mistakes to happen. But as we saw from the last game, Sardoche did blunder a winning endgame, and unfortunately, Linda blended it back to have us arrive at this current spot. But it's never impossible. It's never impossible.
Yeah, and well, looks like one of the final pawns might fall. H4 is a very good move, trying to trick white into taking this pawn, but then the other pawn would fall. At the same time, Linda is the one who offered f3, and that was surprising to me, because if you're trying to play for a win, you don't want to offer pawn trades yourself. So that kind of indicates, like, Linda might have given up. Oh,
let's go! Nice! Thank you.
You'll be playing against Mossy tomorrow.
Okay.
With that, great work.
Thank you.
He is so excited. We do have a winner from the quarterfinals of the upper bracket, as Sardoche does take down Linda 1.5 to 0.5 with a beautiful first game and a very, very balanced second game. I would be actually really, I would love to know the final evaluations on that game and know how much they scored, because that was so accurate from start to finish. But for semifinals tomorrow, that does mean we're going to see Sardoche against Masioka. Masioka absolutely dominated Group A the very first day and crushed. I mean, crushed. Like, he's apparently 2,000 FIDE. Did you know that, Dina?
What?
I didn't. Yes, that was my reaction too.
I mean, that explains everything, how he dominated his group.
Yes, he is, I think on paper, the highest rated in Group A, and obviously, we're both close with Andrea. I think Andrea herself assumed that she was going to be the favorite of her group. So a little curveball in over here, a little surprise. We are also going to be returning with Andrea and Wirtual very soon as well. But before then, we are going to be doing an interview with both Sardoche and Linda. So we're going on a quick break, but don't go anywhere as more SuperPogChamps action continues.
I want to play Tyler1. I don't think he has the best chance of being my final opponent based off his prep, but I think it'd be really fun to play Big Tonka T. I think I'm perfectly rated just the way I am, and I wouldn't want to be any other way. And yeah, I don't think I'm overrated. Definitely not, because I'm rusty. And I'm hoping by the end of the tournament I'll prove that I was underrated. So I'm happy where I am.
I mean, yeah, this is kind of a new thing to me. Like, this is my first chess tournament, ever, so I don't exactly know how to prepare. But I've been practicing a lot. I don't know, it's hard, but I just want to see what happens. I'm gonna try my best.
Merry Christmas, girls.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Mom.
Hey, Boo Boo, what's up?
Nothing. Merry Christmas.
What's wrong?
Well, there was that one really big present I wanted for Christmas.
Honey, there's a pretty big box right there you've been looking past all morning.
Is it really?
Go see.
Well, if it isn't my favorite student.
My own chess coach! Who's here? I'm Gotham Chess.
This Christmas, everybody gets a chess coach. Pick yours today at Chess.com/coach.
Welcome back to SuperPogChamps, everyone. We do have the winner for today, Sardoche, as well as his opponent, lovely Linda. How are you guys feeling? I'll start with you first, Sardoche. But congratulations on a wonderfully played match. You felt really clinical going into your games. Did you have a lot of prep, or were you just like super prepared?
Okay, so I checked for Linda opening, and she was playing so much different things that as I was just like, I will play my B3 Adiban lines, and we will see where it goes. And I was really happy that she goes for my accelerated dragon, since this is maybe the easiest line for me to draw. So yeah, I was happy. It wasn't really a prep. I expected I could find something, but I couldn't. She has too many things she can play, so I was super stressed because many things could have really fucked me up, but it went well, so I'm pretty lucky for this. Yeah.
I think you do have Dina to thank for Linda's, library of openings, as I'm sure Dina had potentially helped Linda.
It's not the first time Dina tries to make me lose, and she failed once again, so I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah.
Damn. All right. Well, we'll go over to Linda. I'll let Dina take over that because I'm sure she has a few words for her lovely student. No,
please don't, guys.
Okay. Well, look.
Just give it to me,
Just
Dina.
be nice. Just be nice.
You don't have to be nice.
Linda, darling, what happened to our preparation?
I tilted big time. Big time, guys. I didn't play anything that Dina told me to play. So I did study
You
it.
wanted to go for the fianchetto opposite fianchetto line, right?
Sorry.
Was this for the
It's okay, Linda. You don't have to respond to him. It's fine. It's fine. Like, okay, yeah, you didn't play our prep. You don't have to reveal it, okay?
I'll play
Maybe
it next time.
one day when you will be ready, you know.
If you guys do your next rematch, when we have the Sardoche versus Linda in the quarterfinals again, we're going to see all of Linda's perfect prep coming from Dina, and Sardoche maybe this time will finally be beaten by Dina's prep. There's a chance. That's out there still. So we don't need to give anything away for the future plotline, guys.
Was it fun to watch? Was the game fun for the viewers and people?
I do think they were. And also, we're supposed to be interviewing you, but we appreciate you asking us questions as well. I would say your second game was extremely, surgically precise. Were you not playing for a win after you got that extra pawn, and you were just trying to draw because knowing you were up that point already?
Yeah, I never had to do this in my life because I don't do much tournaments, so I'm never in that situation where I must draw. So it was the first time I needed to do that, and it feels good to play as black for a draw. And I understand why some pro player like Wesley So maybe like to learn 20,000 of line just to draw. It can be fun actually. So I understand some things about chess with that match. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we were talking about it a lot. Dina and I were really impressed by the way that you just sort of angled that game towards that draw. Like you were not worried at all about the win. And yeah, thank you very much for your thoughts. We'll let you guys go in a moment. But Linda, just have to know, we heard some comments on your stream. Just want to check in. Girl, are you okay? Do you still plan on playing more chess?
Never playing a chess tournament again.
No.
I don't think. I think this is it for me. I think I'm remembering why I stopped playing competitive chess. Like, preparing for more time than you actually play a game is like the least fruitful endeavor, I think. I think that's my qualm with competitive chess. And also, I'm really competitive, which I didn't realize about myself. So I think it's like not fun to lose. And I thought that I wouldn't care, but I think Botez camp and this has taught me that I actually always hate losing.
I absolutely hear you. And you know, we're all very competitive here, so I have a feeling that we will probably see you again in the future at a chess event. But in the meantime, I'll keep rooting, and we'll keep rooting for your music career, Linda, because you're amazing in so many different ways. And it's not always just about the chess, for real.
Many people in my
Great.
chat told me. Many people in my chat told me they didn't know you. They checked your music and they really loved it. So should just
Aw.
be proud. Yeah.
Thanks
So
for
cute.
saying that, sweet.
Yeah, we do really love you and your music. So thank you both so very much. And huge congratulations to you once again, Sardoche, for advancing to the semifinals. And we'll be rooting for both of you in the future.
Bye.
Thank you both. Take care. everyone, we're back to SuperPogChamps. We do have Andrea and Wirtual over here, and as always, joined by my lovely commentator, Women Grandmaster Dina Belikaya. Welcome, Anna, Andrea, and Wirtual. I almost said Anna there because Vic was in my ear. You know, you guys are becoming the same person over there, Wirtual. I hope the chess is also starting to meet in the middle. How are you feeling for today, Wirtual?
Yeah, when me and Anna met, I didn't play d4 at all. I only played e4 because I thought d4 was boring. And now I exclusively play d4. I kind of abandoned e4. So I am, you know, sort of morphing into her chess style more and more and trying to play the lines that she beats Andrea with. So we'll see how that goes.
You know,
Andrea.
I'm actually really happy Anna is coaching you because I think that's actually the only streamer rated above me who I can beat with my opening. So I'm really excited what prep she has for you.
Ooh, okay. Well, I mean, she did tell me you had some lines and stuff, but she did also tell me how to beat them. I don't know, Andrea. How do you feel?
Wirtual, I hope you know that out of all my opponents, you're the only one that I studied brand new lines that I've never played before that you've probably never seen before.
But see, this speaks of a little bit of fear, Andrea. Why would you have to prep for an opponent who is far lower rated than yourself? I'm thinking like I have the psychological edge here.
Listen, if there's one thing that chess has taught me, it's that you can't have any ego, and I will prep for every opponent, whether you're 12 years old, whether you're 1300, it doesn't matter. Competition is competition, and I've also seen Wirtual improve over the years. I remember when he came down in person for the finals, and I've seen how strong you are, so I don't underestimate you one bit.
Well, that is a great compliment. Thank you, Andrea. And yeah, I think that's good to study for every opponent.
I agree.
Well,
now,
on this beautiful and peaceful note, since you guys are now best friends, shall you both depart your different, separate directions?
That was really poetic, Dina.
Thank you.
Thank you. But I do hope that you guys are going to battle this out, settle the score over the board, or actually online on the board. But hopefully through this match, you guys can settle your differences in your openings and also with each other. Because apparently, you know, Andrea, how would you feel if Wirtual were to potentially beat you? Not saying it might happen or anything, but
manifest it.
Emotionally, would you be angry? Would you be...
Wouldn't be the first time you lose to a girl.
I have no ego here, and I think if Wirtual beats me, as lame and non-trash talky it is, I think it's because he's going to play a better game. So I want to take it really seriously. But I am very, very motivated to get my revenge versus Masioka. He is the only one who beat me, and the only way I can do it is by beating Wirtual. And I try not to be motivated by revenge, but I am. But if he beats me, then that's just because he played a better game.
That's too kind of Andrea. Now I can't be the bad guy and trash talk, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, the rating differences in chess are hard to overcome, but I'll just try my best and we'll have a good game. And win or lose, it's really cool to be in the upper bracket. So I'm already very proud of that. But now it's just a hero run, however far I can go, you know.
You have Anna Kremling's sweet prep, so I'm sure Anna's cooked something spicy for you.
But you know what happens, Andrea? She will like send me prep, and then by like move 6, I'll play the wrong order, and then I get roasted in like the after breakdown. So the prep only takes you so far as your memory.
It's okay.
As I could guess, it could be even more embarrassing if it wasn't even Anna who was preparing, but in fact Pia behind the lines.
Yeah, no, they're both incredible, far above my own level. So whatever lines they're sending, I trust with my heart. And we'll see how it does on the board.
I'm very excited to see.
I'm excited to see this as well, as I'm sure everybody here is going to as well. Before we let this go on for too long, we'll let you guys part ways. We'll have you guys re-meet on the chessboard. Thank you, Andrea, and thank you, Wirtual. We'll be back really soon with the games. Take care, both of you. Dina, this is going to be exciting. Who do you think is going to have the better prep going into this match between Andrea and Wirtual over here?
Well, honestly, I don't think that there is any suspense for this match. I think Andrea is just gonna completely destroy her opponent. Absolutely, like honestly, I think the viewers should just go home. This is gonna be the most boring match. It's gonna finish like even faster than the Sardoche versus Linda and game number 2. And yeah, that's my take.
Wow, fighting words coming in from all participants of the of the quarterfinals over here. We had fighting words from Wirtual, fighting words from Andrea, and fighting words from my co-commentator over here. You know, I do want to say that Wirtual himself had mentioned that he was already on, you know, he's already surprised to be here in the quarterfinals playing against Andrea, and he might recognize that he's perhaps doesn't have the same amount of years of experience, hasn't played as much chess, but he's ready to fight, he's ready to go. And I do think for everybody over here, it is going to be a really exciting match. You know, I'm excited to see what Anna and Pia perhaps collectively have prepared for Wirtual. And from Andrea's side, I'm sure she's prepared something a little different. I'm not sure if this is going to be a different opening from the London that she always loves to play, but maybe there's going to be a slight move difference on like move 7 or something. But regardless, we are going to have games really soon as we get our competitors set up. For the chat and for everybody who is watching, don't forget, this is the SuperPog Champs. Everybody here is really strong. That's why we have Andrea Botes playing here, and also Wirtual, who has been on an insane come up from the last couple, I would say maybe 3 years of chess. He's really like started from zero, and obviously, you know, he does have a little help, but we're now seeing him play here in SuperPogChamps as well.
Yeah, and honestly, speaking about prep, like even though Andrea has prepared the whole new opening repertoire as we heard, she could easily mix up the move order as well. Like I wouldn't be surprised at all. So despite everything I said, I'm actually expecting very entertaining games to come, and I'm here for it. Let's try to guess the move. So maybe it's 1e4, Andrea playing white pieces if it's not the London.
Sometimes you are really funny, Dina. You're cracking me up with that one. What are the chances of Andrea playing 1d4 versus Tyler1 playing not the cow? Which one do you think is more likely?
Well, Tyler gotta wake up one day, right? And the wake up call happened for him finally today, right? So it's good. It's good because when I was watching the first bracket the first day, I was like, oh my god, this is so embarrassing. But okay, sorry, I went like on a dungeon, even worse dungeon.
Wow, you were just like, wow, the cow's really bad. That was, you were just like, you had your thought and were like, oh, I can't believe this is what he played. No, I get it. I mean,
I was when I was watching the games, I was actually preparing Linda, and I was going through the games, and I was like, I can't believe I'm watching this right now. Not in SuperPog Champs. I understand where you're 500 and playing versus 500. Probably opening doesn't matter, but when you were like in a super tournament, I mean, come on, man, have some class.
I think he has plenty of class. I think the issue is he has never taken a chess lesson from anybody on the planet. Not a single person, not even from the creator of the cow opening. He himself does not necessarily. First of all, he doesn't care that his opening, like you said, is not necessarily as good as some others. And secondly, I don't believe he's ever even had anyone tell him that his opening is not that great. He is probably just there playing his own game. And I think there's a lot of beauty in that. Not necessarily in how the opening turns out for him, because as I was saying yesterday with Anna, it's a little rough. His pieces do get really trapped, but there are times when I think the cow can also be in use, but perhaps you're right. It's not in SuperPog Champs. Perhaps not.
Well, let's just take the positive side of it. The man doesn't give a damn. He's confident in his own ability, and really, like playing poker, doesn't matter what cards you're using. If you are like Nemo, you're just gonna bluff every single hand and win the whole tournament, and so does Tyler.
I will have you know, in the tournament play. Oh no, actually, you did make every hand. Never mind. No, but you're right. I do think he's just doing his own thing, and I have a lot of respect for every player in chess who gets to a certain level playing an opening that is subpar, as we would like to say, because he should get bonus rating points for hitting 1700 in rapid, playing the cow. I'm just saying, like, honestly, if you are choosing to put yourself at almost a minus, 1.2, like, disadvantage out of the opening, playing in an opening like that, Chess.com should be awarding you extra points. You should be getting, like, bonus points on the side. The producer's note, as it pops up, is like, that is not going to happen. But we will be diving into the game really, really soon, as both players are adjusting their cameras. I do think it's actually really funny, so maybe we can hop on over there. Maybe they're telling everyone, like, hey, there's no devices in this room. There's nothing happening. Can we get in?
Oh wow, that's in fair play chat. Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
going through fair play check.
Oh,
But
that's magnificent. Yeah. Nemo, to your previous point, what I like to respond to those conversations is like, imagine what the man would have become had he chosen to play normal openings. Like, maybe the guy
well,
would be already 2200.
Anna Cramling just entered in the chat and say, "Go Wirtual." Sorry, Andrea, I'm biased today, but while Anna is here, I also wanted to ask for her opinion about if she thinks that Dina's words could be true. Anna, do you think that Mr. Tyler1 could have potentially hit a higher rating if he didn't always play your opening? We'll give Anna a moment
Damn.
to
Putting me on the spot here as Anna.
Putting her,
You know
yes.
what? You are not gonna see Anna tomorrow. I am, and I'm gonna have to face her and be all red there because of everything you just did.
Well, it's perfect. It's more YouTube content for the both of you, you know? I'm just the facilitator here. I'm just helping you guys, start up some, hopefully, fake beef. Get it? But the cow is definitely an opening of choice, and we are going to be going into the quarterfinals here, seeing Wirtual not play the cow, which I do think is also perhaps a sign to the true strength of the cow. If Tyler keeps playing it, that is fine. But Anna here actually has has Wirtual playing a different opening, and Andrea does start off with the white pieces here, playing d4, knight to c3, her favorite, the Jabava London.
Look at this! Surprise, surprise!
Would have never guessed this one.
Yeah. How on
Never.
earth, honestly?
Yes, I know Andrea said that she had potentially prepared something else.
Oh,
I'm
maybe
not.
it's this, Nemo.
Oh, G4?
G4, F3, and H4. Damn girl! She's going for the okay, H6 is the most logical response, and Andrea already does not remember. She does not remember her prep. That's it. H4 preparing to oh, bishop d3, she does.
She does remember her prep. This is a pretty, I wouldn't say necessarily aggressive opening, but it's a very dynamic way to play the Jabava London. It gives white a lot of opportunities for attack. It also provides like a flexible center, which is something that you don't always see. And I think this is a really good opening to play against somebody who is perhaps a little bit lower rated, because, Wirtual doesn't have necessarily as much chess experience as Andrea does. Andrea can drag this position to something either really tactical or perhaps even something really strategic. So I like this opening choice a lot. The opening prep is coming through.
I would say I'm very impressed with how fast Wirtual is responding to something that he kind of was told was a prep, right? Something that he might not have necessarily prepared. And his moves are all logical. Like H6 is super good, like C5. And now I actually think after like B5, if anything, black would have a faster attack because like the king is already here and then you could just smash those pawns. I mean, honestly, I would be slightly worried here with white.
Yeah, I do think that this might be tactical for black as well. Does seem like they're taking a moment to think in this spot. So, I don't know how far the prep goes, but hopefully both players looked into some of the plans in the middle game here, because this middle game is it's going to get exciting. We're letting you guys know. Be on the edge of your seats. Stay on the edge of your seats, chat. Yeah.
Well,
And Anna has a response in the chat. He truly loves it, referring to the cow opening that Tyler1 plays all the time. He wouldn't have continued playing chess without the cow. I like this. That's kind of my point, is that, you know, when you're playing chess, sometimes it's not about playing the best opening. Sometimes it's about playing a fun opening and seeing how much further you can push it. But we do have b5 here coming in by Wirtual. As Dina had previously mentioned, this attack could be really strong.
Yeah, preparing b4, and then the knight would have to go somewhere either on a4 or like on b1 or on d2. Either way, then c3 is coming. Even though, yeah, I would probably at some point just push the knight c6, but then honestly, the attack would be so fast that, like, if Andrea loses this, she's never gonna recover.
If Andrea loses this, I actually do think she will recover, and she's just going to come back next game fighting, because that's just her. However, I would say that it's not a comfortable position for White to play. You never really want to be on the defending side when you're playing a faster time control game, because it's very uncomfortable, very, very uncomfortable. And you just see all these pawns, like a phalanx of them coming down at you. And you're just like, okay, well, how am I defending against this? Is there actually a threat? So in this position, you know, it's not actually that the eval bar thinks this position is great for black. It's not giving plus -1 or -2 or anything. But positionally, if you just look at this position with your eyes, it feels kind of scary.
Oh, and now a3 is such a big strategical mistake, because it is creating a hook, a possibility for black to open files. Now just simple a5 and b4 are gonna be like even stronger, way stronger, because then like it's either we win the pawn on a3 by just capturing it, or if they capture, we capture back, and then the whole file, like, and the rook is entering. You might think, but if a5, there is knight takes b5. Yes, that's true, but those pawns are often poisoned. And if you're too worried about it, even like as simple as queen b6, preparing a5 and b4 can be just as strong, because y just is way too slow. And even g5 is not really dangerous, because after pawn takes, pawn cannot take back, because the rook is gonna attack the rook and capture.
Yeah. Once again, not very obvious that this move would be, you know, bad for white. It feels quite intuitive, right? You just want to stop b5, but as Dina mentioned, it does create that little opportunity for your opponent to basically fork your pawn. You can't really fork a pawn with a pawn because they're both pawns, but that b4 pawn move is going to hit that a3 pawn and hit your knight, and then you're going to have to make a choice, and your choice will probably be to save the knight somehow. So if you take, it weakens your king side, your queen side, sorry, where your king is, because it removes a pawn from your queen side. And if you moved your knight away, then black can just take your pawn anyway. So very intuitive moves, I would say, coming in for Wirtual over the next couple of turns. He has a very simple setup over here on the queen side, but I'm still a little worried about his king side. Like, is he going to keep his king in the middle? Are we going to see a castle? I think that's still, there's still a lot to consider here.
Yeah, knight is having a slightly confusing for me, because if anything, I would put the knight on c6, trying to help attack, right? Kind of prepare. So, like, I don't know what exactly black's idea is, to come to a4 or to stop knight from going to a4. Regardless, I still prefer black here. I think they're actually having great position. Just don't blunder, don't put the rook on b8, but something like queen b6 would be great to prepare a5. And even though I did say b5 is a poison pawn in case black plays a5 right away, it would be still white's best chance to, you know, to avoid any attack is actually to take. Or maybe the whole idea, very deep idea, was a5, knight takes b5, and now attack the knight, although you don't have an attack. Then a4, and then knight b6, attacking a4. Okay, I'm getting way too complicated. Sorry, Nemo.
No, I think it's great for everybody who is watching. You know, there are some really interesting ideas in this position that black does have, and it all involves the king side, as you saw from the arrows that Dina was drawing on the board there. And it's just really a matter of if Wirtual can string them together and formulate a plan. I do think one of the things he's really good at is sort of, you know, putting together a plan. When we will do a lesson in or a little check-in on Wirtual's stream, you'll be able to hear that he basically goes through each individual thought process, like move by move. And in fact, we can do it right now.
So far, nothing. So far, nothing. I think I can. You gotta be brave here, guys. I don't know if this works, but idea is now to push. And I think I'm gonna, like I said, there were lines where you castle queenside. I'm highly contemplating doing that. Maybe playing here. If this push comes through, I have bishop here. It's so strange. But like, I obviously can't castle into the pawn storm. So it's a little strange how this all works. Yeah, I am threatening this move and taking. So this is a big threat now. The knight doesn't have a jump. Oh, wow. So this, what's the idea? Can I not just play this now? I'm scared, but this is my whole plan. I have a moment to execute it. There's no other knight jump. So I take. Oh, she takes, okay. Develop my bishop. The queen unpins. And now the problem is if I trade this knight, I can never really push through. I do want to open the file. Rook here. Okay, so queen should go here, I think. Queen should go here so I can play knight here. I think. And we're just trying to... Does this work? A little scary, but... She cannot force my bishop away, so why trade it? It's a very strong bishop, and if she doesn't go through with this attack, hers is looking pretty silly. Knight here looks strong. This looks like a very strong move. And if she takes it, I'll play queen here. So far, we're doing better than I thought we would. We've gotten her queen to the first rank, guys. That is a mental victory. I'm not under that much pressure yet, you know? We can enjoy this while it lasts. We're playing a 2000 rated player and we're not with our backs to the rope. That's pretty good. Queen side. Okay, so she goes through with this. I think we have to take. If pawn takes, it gets interesting, yeah. So I have blocked my knight's retreating square. I should have castled. Can I play here, or what happens? I guess I can, and then I have one move to castle and connect my rooks. So I queenside castle.
Pretty bad blunder, but maybe he'll be okay. He could... I mean, he has to trade, pretty much. No, but trading is losing. No, I think he's in trouble because now his knight is going to be pinned. And if he takes, it's worse because then I get to put my rook. So he's probably going to go knight here, here. And let's think. If you come here, I could start attacking. I mean, maybe knight here is nice, attacking the pinned piece. Okay, so he's afraid of that. Okay. Wow, I'm still really nervous. I could start attacking this pawn. I like this move a lot Because if you push, I take, you take, I could just take. And if you defend, this is probably your only shot of defending, which allows me to push. If you push or pin, so actually you have no way to defend this pawn because you do with the rook. I think you're just losing pawn. This bishop, remember though, it was important to defend this. But I think I have like way enough attack right now. So I'm going to go for it. I don't know what black will even do in this position. I think the only thing I should keep an eye out is like, say we get this pawn. I mean, we get it with tempo and stuff. Like, even you put your rook here and you do get that file. What is your attack? Like, you can't checkmate me here. You open, I've got a knight. You're not threatening my knight. Your queen's not even on, like, a5. So I'm really not afraid of much on the king's side. I think the only scary situation is you somehow get your queen here, but the queen can't come to a4. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, nice. Nice defense. Okay, so now his bishop's retreated, which makes me very happy about that. I could start pushing in the center. What else? This push doesn't do anything yet. I would like to just double an attack. Maybe pushing here is better, but I don't think we should open up yet. You have no threats here and everything is defended, so why not just a simple move like this? Because it leaves my rook a little bit undefended here. Well, it's defended by the bishop. Ooh, I should be careful also because I don't want to allow this. Let's think here. Bang. You have no threats. I must have something. Bang, bang. Okay, I don't have anything super tricky. I assume my best move is like a rook move, but I don't want to put the rook here. So, I could put the rook here, but it does leave it undefended. I could put it on white, but then I can allow this. I could put it here, allow this, this.
But when positional, it's very like in your face chess. The knight cannot move. Whatever I do, the knight cannot move. One move blunder. The knight cannot move. The knight cannot move. Make this a rule in my head. She's playing quite slow, guys. The knight must not move. The knight cannot move. The knight cannot move. I'm scared of the... Oh, she's gonna double. Right, so I can queenside castle. The double is gonna come through. Now I have a move with tempo, though. But it doesn't help because the rook still gets captured. And if I castle... So if I play here... If she pushes, I'm okay with this, I think. But if takes... Pawn takes... I cannot take back. Or I lose... I think I have blundered. Maybe there's a save by, but no, I'm too slow. I can't play there or the rook falls. This is very uncomfortable. I think... So castle and this would at least connect the rooks, but I... Okay, let's castle. I gotta make... She is gonna double. And maybe I can argue that the knight isn't the end of the world to lose. So what if I accept this and just go for the attack? Take. Too late. This is a really bad move to start with, so let's go... Well, I need to protect the square. I think we play this just to not have the bishop look at my rook. Maybe I now give her this with tempo, but then, okay, then I get a piece, so it's not so simple for her. And now we're in blitz territory. Okay, lock in. This is a good chance. This is a pretty good chance to get something. Maybe I should have played this move sooner. It looks very good now. Okay. Still not terribly unhappy about this. Still not, I mean, it's like, it's a bad position, you know, but like, what can you really hope for? What can you really hope for against such a good player? So she takes. And so she takes. Well, we lose the exchange. But that's about it. I will go for this. Okay. Now I think we go here. We gotta try. For the exchange down. But the piece count, she has 4. I have 4. Plus queen. I still want to try this plan. It's unlikely to be that good without the rook, but who knows? Oh, I thought, yeah, the piece is just loose. It's not hanging, but it's loose, you know? If she moves the knight, I wonder if I can play here and play here. Like, if she doesn't want to trade, if she takes, I might take with the king just to preserve my queen on this line. I see that my knight is very out of position due to my queen. They're fighting for the same square. They both likely want to stand here. 1 minute for Andrea. Okay, we gotta speed up, guys. Time is our friend here and her enemy. Time is my friend and her enemy. Okay. Yeah, so my knight, again, like I said, is in a bit of danger. What if we take once? And then we go here? She can play this and her queen can come through. I think I'm a little too slow with my attack. Once she gets queen there, my king is... She's gonna do it that way. Okay. Well, that is interesting. So if I now play here, she cannot play... She could play down there. I'm not sure, guys. This doesn't... I mean... Let's try. I can't really hide my king. I have to go up this way. If he takes, queen has to take back. And now I have to try to hide my king up here. Knight can block the check. Knight can block the check. We play this way. And then we try to break through. We play c3. Okay, she's threatening this check. I have such a dumb move. Maybe this. Wait, the knight is already doing a lot of work here though. What about this? I want the bishop to take after the pawn advance. What about this? It also protects this pawn. This is a crazy move. Yeah, the queen. Okay, I'm gonna have to step away from this. Okay. Is this too slow though? No, let's do it. Okay. Oh, I think I'm too slow. Damn, guys, damn. That was honestly a good game. I didn't see I stepped into checkmate. I was curious if I could have played... Could I have played c3? I wonder if I could have played c3. They did say there's a break, so I time to look at this. Dude, if this was winning, that would be crazy. 34 move game. 34 moves. And she was low on time too, guys. So it was pretty close with black pieces. Wow, we held equal until here. And then, yeah. This whole plan, this was bad. I shouldn't take. And if takes, we can play take. And rook takes? Maybe? Yeah, I shouldn't have taken. And then this was a bad move. What's the point here? That you're protecting this... Ah! That it can be protected by a pawn, rather. Right? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see the point. I thought it was safer here. But this is way better. This was bad. And then I thought I was generating some chances. Like, let's say she wastes a move. Okay, let's waste a move. Oh, that was best move, wow. So if she wastes a move, can I play here? Oh, so the engine doesn't want to take back, it wants to take here. And then, yeah, I just don't get there fast enough. Okay. I see. It was close. I feel like as close as you can get, honestly. But some conceptual mistakes. Castling here, though. Isn't this crazy? I mean, this looks so crazy to allow. Like, isn't this absolutely diabolical? And engine is like, yeah, this is fine, but what? Nah. This is not fine. I thought my position was safer for longer, although I did have to play. If I play here and we go down the same kind of stuff. Oh, not this. This. Oh, she can take with knight, sorry. Yeah. This and this. King here, nah. Wouldn't play that. Is this fine? Alright, we're starting. That was with black pieces, guys. We gotta win with white. We gotta try to win with white. We will see. It's make or break. Good luck. I know she plays King's Indian. And in a way, it's good because it's like very familiar theoretical territory. But it's also bad because this is lines that, you know, they've played for many, many years. And I'm just learning. So we'll see. We shall see. I held on for a while in the Javava. We'll see now. Okay. Oh, she doesn't want to... Oh no, guys, you know what's happened? Andrea saw my Benoni game and just thought, oh, this is horrendous. I'm gonna play Benoni against Wirtual. And it's honestly true. I never play Benoni. But, I mean, she only plays King's Indian. And now she's playing Benoni, what for? What for? Okay, we gotta lock in. This is not... I don't think her strongest by any means, but it's also not my strongest. Okay, so this is theoretical stuff. Theoretical stuff. Are we supposed to allow the capture? No, we take. We take, and there's knight takes, and there's crazy things, but I think it's this. I've seen Anna pre-move this, and yeah, it's this. And then you don't take this pawn, I'm pretty sure. You don't want to play here because you can't take back. I think you just play here and go after this knight. This, and you have an attack there. You can't play this yet. Let's go here. There's also knight takes and not e4. Not e4. The thing with the Benoni is it doesn't look like anything else. You are supposed to take, I'm pretty sure. Like, there's nothing I've played before I can compare this to. Thankfully, if she plays this, I can play back. Or can I? So if I take and takes, I have to go back immediately, or else there's queen a5 check, and this could get nasty after knight takes. I could also play here now. Then my knight gets pushed, and that pawn is undefended. Yeah, this is hard.
Dina and Nemo right now are saying, what a beautiful opening. Okay, so I'm gonna start thinking what to do here. Okay, I'm sure I give check a Ruski. Like, why in the world would you not check a Ruski? I would, of course, check a.
Hello and welcome back to SuperPogChamps, everyone. Our apologies. Unfortunately, we are blaming Bic for today's outage and Fs on stream. No, but jokes aside, producer are doing an excellent job. Some circumstances are unavoidable, but we are going to be returning to the second game between Wirtual and Andrea, as Andrea did clinch game number 1, as you guys saw through some very beautiful tactics over there on the H-file. And we're going to game 2. We have been watching the game on the side. I am joined by Women Grandmaster Dina Belenkaya, who is also going to be bringing her expert analysis. This is the Banco Gambit. Did you teach Andrea this, Dina?
Well, no, I would never do that to her. But whoever is her coach at the moment did focus on making her ready, and now Andrea knows one more chess player from the past.
I love how you said knows one more chess player from the past, implying she might not know the opening, but at least she knows the chess player who this opening is named after. So
yeah, Paul Banco Gambit, great. I wish I could ask Andrea what is the plan in this position, but luckily she does not have to respond to. She's lucky she doesn't have to respond to me for that.
She is, but maybe this opening is going to serve her well. The Banco Gambit, as you guys can see from the screen, it is losing a pawn for the black pieces, but with, hopefully, fingers crossed for Andrea, lots of compensation. You might not see that compensation right this second. It does, in fact, look a tad passive, but the idea in this position is that black is going to have activity.
Okay, I'm thinking too much. I think I would just go G6. And I just need to be careful here if this happens. I don't know the theory here. I'm out of the book. I'm pretty sure he's gonna go for this. I was spending way too much time overthinking, and I don't think it's gonna change that much. Okay, I mean, do I even have to go back with my queen? Is the question. Because how are you gonna attack like this? Like this? Maybe you do this. I feel like this is a good move to do regardless. It's maybe like a little more passive than usual, but you'll have to defend this. I'm gonna.
Ending the A2. I think rook B1. I think this is better than pushing the pawn. Also aligning the rook with the queen long term. That does leave this pawn vulnerable if she ever plays the YOLO move, but I don't think that's a big deal when she doesn't have a pawn here herself. And I'm up that pawn that you kind of gambit in lines like this, so maybe it's okay. So now I wonder if my setup should be this. Yeah, so this is happening. I expect that this is the point, so we are gonna play the other way. This does feel like a noob killer line though. Like you're just, this is the line that like they make a speedrun account with and just bully beginners with. Because here it's very sharp, it's very precise. Okay, so is there anything I need to think about before? Maybe I could play this. So that before the knight is, well, there's no real threat immediately as the bishop is on a6 to take, so. Let's get this, and now we're threatening actually a really cool move. We're threatening to advance and put a pawn here. So this needs to be dealt with. The knight can't develop. So she sees it. And now I have to play here, I think, and castle. Okay, so far so good. And then I can maybe push e4 and put rook on e1. Okay. So that pawn is a bit of a nuisance for her, because like the knight maybe wants to go here, but it can't. I'm also noticing... Oh, almost. There's almost this check, guys. Not anymore. Now we have to push the pawn, I think. I think it's a good idea, because like I can see long term this knight comes under fire somehow. Actually a question of even how, but... Well, if I push this, I can never push this, so... Does it need to be dealt with? The answer is yes. She would want to take it. So... It does need to be dealt with. I can push. But then I think then the focus changes to protecting here. Could also... This is a crazy move. Doesn't work. Let's decide. A3. Why not A3? Why did I say why not A3? There's also bishop A2 then. No, there's not yet, but yeah. Honestly, let's do this. Now there's discouraging on taking the knight because you open an attack on the queen. Potentially. This is the type of stuff I don't understand, guys. So whether I should have pushed A3 or B3 there. E, okay. Well, only move. That is oppressive, what she's doing right now. I have to play like here and here maybe to try to dislodge this bishop. Very oppressive gameplay. Yeah, b3 would have shut down the bishop more in the moment. She could win it back here. But then she kind of allows me to untangle, I think. She wants to trade everything. I can almost play this. But she could castle. Okay. I'm not forced to take. But if I don't... If I just castle now. She takes, I take... Yeah, I'm not forced to. I think we castle. Let's castle. The knight doesn't have that many good squares. Can really only take as a good move. And I want to push it with e4 next. I also want to open the line of sight of my bishop after. Yeah, e4, I'm a bit scared of e5, so I have to do it with tempo, I think. Because if e4, e5, my bishop will see nothing for the rest of the game almost. And if I take, I can't sustain the push of e4. Whereas now I can, and it restricts the bishop. So e4 looks pretty good now. She still has to castle. Ooh, now I'm getting it with tempo. Can I do something? Like, let's think about it. This knight... Well, this knight is not hanging. e4, I think. e4 and then e5 after can be... Ooh. e4, e4, e4. There's also this, I said. But then she can castle into it. So it's not that... She can even take at that moment. Yeah, e4. And then we take with the bishop if he takes. She takes. Then I'm going to argue that I'm just going to try to put my pieces in the center and that she doesn't really have much on the queen side. So I want to play like my queen up here. I don't think she's going to take this actually. Yeah, she's not. She's not going to take. What about this? I lose a pawn, but that opens the middle. That does open the middle.
A good move could be trying to trade this bishop because it's
maybe
very
made
powerful.
Better if I have a bit of space. If I open my bishop.
Even after that, I'll
before doing this, it's better.
Equal, but I'm down 2 minutes, so I should play a little faster.
Rook e1 is something
Okay,
you can't
so
really
far
go
the
wrong
banko's
with.
doing me well. I'm liking the banko. Okay, I think I could castle
Yeah,
and
maybe
if you
rook
push,
e1.
that's fine.
And then here.
I mean, I've got
and then I'm
3,
getting it
and
with
you've got 2, so it's still.
Am I not getting it with tempo
this
here?
Is hanging, but that's a pawn
Like
for a bishop. So I don't even know if that's. But I don't have to take this pawn. I could literally push
Down this line.
which might
I'm
even
thinking.
be better because then I'm threatening pushing in the center.
No, the knight would be protecting the square, but okay.
Okay, I think he blundered a pawn.
I think I'm still gonna do this,
because
guys.
This is defended by my knight, so I think I will take. I have to take. I mean, I don't have to, but am I missing a blunder? I think this is just a blunder.
It's probably not, but what can I do?
I think he didn't see the bishop. There's nowhere this knight
What
will
can I do?
go with a tempo because
Long term, my idea now is to place my bishop here try to trade it off, because hers is very good.
This is defended. I think he just blundered a pawn. Here I would just take. Okay.
See where the roads lead.
You're gonna go back. I have to trade my bishop.
I
which
need
is
to keep
okay.
my knight here to prevent this knight from coming in.
This diagonal is a little bit frustrating. I mean, I could even be extra annoying.
Maybe I can't actually. Oy, oy, oy. I'm just seeing that if she trades this knight off,
I will take.
I actually cannot prevent this move. If she trades the bishop too. I have to take with pawn.
Take.
I take with pawn, I can prevent
I
it.
like this move as well.
So there's some upside in that. That becomes a more lucrative move now. And we should note if the knight comes
does
in, this
E5
pawn
not
is hanging.
work? No, it creates weaknesses. I don't think we should be creating weaknesses right now.
We should take
Maybe we
note.
just play simple. I mean, maybe I just literally unpin my pieces and let you
This
trade.
pawn is under fire then. If this, we have this. My queen is not hit. There's no forks that I can see there. We're blocking the checking square on the file. "40 seconds.
I got a lot of time.
Alright, so she threatens that pawn. Right. I want to keep my knight. But I want to keep it looking, which it's not doing right now. Can we play something tricky? Something that makes her think, because she's low on time.
Clock!
The bishop is loose. It has to trade. So we do have like one tempo we can gain on the
I think if you go for
something.
queen c3, I just go back to g8.
That just hangs
and
though.
then maybe
yeah, it's
I
hard to
try
make
to trade
moves.
queens.
Let's just play.
I probably
Well,
want
this falls into.
leave my bishop in the
That's
center.
about
for
yeah.
as long
Can't
as
do
I
there.
can. I'll probably
Maybe I
maneuver
don't
my
want to play.
knight.
Maybe here.
Okay, I could just defend this.
Yeah. Maybe just here. Threatening the bishop
Or I could go back. Or I could do this. Or I could do this.
and protecting the
Why
pawn.
not e6? Because it creates weakness, but
It's in moments like these I think I
how
get
bad that weak. I know that I'm weakening
excited
d6,
and then I lose the game in one move. She protects her pawn.
If you move your
which was
knight,
a liability.
I'll just trade, and then I'll just put my knight in the center
Okay.
on d4.
I wonder if I play to do things. It's not doing things.
Okay,
Yeah, let's
I'd
stop
like to trade the queens.
here.
Could also do this. I mean, did you blunder another piece? I take the bishop, take, sack the queen, right? Take. I think I'll just do that. Why not do a Botez gambit? Ooh.
Okay, she's gonna play on 5 seconds for the rest of the game.
I think I'm enough
takes.
material that I
If I
could
take, queen takes.
sack the queen.
I think we're fine.
Oh no! Can I give him a take back? Oh god, how do you can somebody give him a take
Yeah,
back?
it's a misclick.
Chess.com, I request a take
It's a
back.
misclick.
Give him a
No
take
mercy,
back.
I guess. No mercy.
Give the man a take back. That was cheating. I feel so bad. I don't want to, guys.
Oh,
please.
that's such a sad way to lose the
I
game.
feel terrible. This is. I mean, I was winning anyways, but
I think the position was fine.
I don't want to win like this.
Until that point,
I try to
but-
click the take back, and I don't know how to take back on this.
Oh man.
I don't have take. I
Yeah,
thought take
it's
back is
over.
like an option on this. This
It's
is really
just
sad,
over.
guys. I don't want to win like this. Please, can someone reset the position? Oh
We
no! I not like this, guys.
I'm curious if
Hi,
the position
chat.
is good, but
Not our fault. No.
isn't that a classic
bad.
when you play online chess?
Awesome, thank you guys.
You're just trying to make move fast.
I wanted
and
to give him a
then-
take
and then
back.
you just-
Could we go back to the position and give
bro.
him rook takes queen?
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
That was the game between Andrea Botes and Wirtual. Can anyone hear me? Hello, hello. Who's this mysterious voice that echoes in the darkness? That's right. We have a fantastic game. We had to let Nemo and Dina go. I apologize. My internet, I'm the producer. My name is Big. My internet went down a few times. It crashed. So now we are chilling as we see the players. Unfortunately, there at the end, we saw a misclick. We saw a blunder. And that means that Andrea will pass through to the finals. Let's see that in a bit. We're bringing it up right now. Unbelievable. It is heartbreaking for Wirtual. He's been such a good competitor. He's been so enjoyable throughout this, but we're going to have to say goodbye to him. And we do congratulate Andrea Botes defeating Wirtual 2-0. Though that was a little bit on the flip side, right? Could have been either way. The banker was a very nice weapon. Andrea Botes did bake that and did do a fantastic job bringing it forward. Which means that tomorrow we have some fantastic matchups going on. We have Masioka, our hero, against Sardoche. Sardoche is very scared of it, as he should. Masioka got in with 15 points, was undefeated during the semifinals, and Andrea Botes will face off against Samai. Samai also undefeated in the B group. Did a fantastic job, which is just an incredible way as we see all these players, everything coming through right here, right now. Let's also have a quick look at the consolation bracket, because ladies and gentlemen, it is not just the champions bracket you'll be seeing, it is the consolation bracket as well, which we'll be starting with. We'll see Voyboy against Sparg0. Voyboy taking a little bit of a break today, right? Had some rest. Was checking out PogChamps and saw Sparg0 2-0 Tyler1. Let's remember, everyone, Sparg0 went absolutely crazy on Tyler1, did a lot of prep, defeated the cow, took him to the butcher, and now we have Voyboy and Sparg0 in the Constellation semifinals. On the flip side, we had Sonic against Will Benson. SonicFox had a great game against Daryl Morey. Daryl Morey suddenly had to leave because of a business call. Came back later in the tiebreaks, unfortunately lost against SonicFox, and now SonicFox will face off against Will Benson. Will Benson came in 4th, I believe, in the B group, and had a first time buy. So we have some fantastic prizes. We have some fantastic games for you tomorrow as well. Because tomorrow, we will not only have the semifinals, we will also have the finals, and we know who is our constellation champion. Is that something you'd say? And the championship champion. So I apologize for Nemo and Dina leaving. My network went down, so I'm gonna take over for right here or right now. But we had some fantastic games. We had a lot of fun, and I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. This is PogChamps, right? Anything can happen, right? Players are at conventions. Players take mobile calls when they should be playing. We don't know what's going on, but again, I want to thank you for watching. I think it's been amazing. Be back tomorrow. I think it's same time, same place. We will have the semifinals and finals of and the constellation bracket and the championship bracket. So with that, I'm going to say goodbye. Goodbye, Dubai, as they would say. Tomorrow we're going to have, I think, Amon Hamilton and Anna Rudolph coming to you for the entire day. I'll be sitting where I should belong, right? Not in front of the camera, but behind it. I have a face for radio, as they would say. But I really enjoyed this. I hope you guys enjoyed this. We're going to continue PogChamps tomorrow with a lot more fun, with a lot more energy, and we hope with a lot more banter. We'll have story arcs, we'll have friends playing, we'll have enemies playing. Now we have 2 friends playing, and unfortunately, I'll be honest with you guys, I tried to bring Anna Kremla in, and once she joined, it crashed my network. So if anything, you guys can blame Anna Kremla. Don't do it, but maybe just a little bit, because I'm a bit salty about that. I'm kidding, she's awesome, I love her. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's true though. Don't harm me, you know it's true. Okay, anyway, thank you guys so much, and we will see you tomorrow for more PogChamps action. Take care, everyone. Bye. Thank you, thank you. Wait a minute.
3.